South Africa.
That's all. What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's up? What's up? I'm gonna get that too, but what's next? Bitch, I'm head. What? I just need a check. I just called a check. I got you some hit. I got me bitches in one hit. I don't miss on hit. But you better watch your mouth.
What's up, everybody?
That's some real shit. Hey, 20 years old. Hey, 20 years old. And I need 30 for sure. So I had to let you know. I'm on that.
How's your Friday going? Feeling like a supervillain.
What's that? I'm gonna get that too, but what's next? Bitch, I'm head. What?
It's Nick's stream. What's up, everybody?
I just called a jet. I got you some hit. I got me bitches in one hit. I don't miss on hit. But you better watch your mouth. Better hold your look.
Seems like everyone's fighting on the internet today. So I'm feeling like a supervillain right now. We're gonna get down today. We got a nice show ahead of us. Of course, your calls and more. This is your captain speaking, the American Anchorbaby. Everyone's fighting, everyone's angry. We're gonna stay above it all. Kick back and relax. Thanks for flying, Nick's stream.
What's next? What's next? What's next?
They've been fighting since Jesus' time. Nothing's different. Nothing's changed. Well, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience today on Anchorbaby Airlines. Should be a smooth flight ahead of us, just a little bit of weather. Should be flying our favorite arrival into KJFK, that is JFK International in New York. So it's, as always, it's a pleasure to have you all here. We'll be getting up to our cruising altitude of 49,000 feet. Kick back and relax. Drinkies and snackies are coming down. We have our lovely flight attendants on board. About to get above the clouds here. Beautiful. I don't see a curve. We got into some flat earth talk on this Fallen State guest that we just filmed. A little late. I was watching the Fallen State guest. It was great. Stay tuned for an exciting guest. They're always great on the Fallen State. Did you guys catch what was her name? Kaylee Treller? Lady on the Fallen State, today's episode. Great episode. You're gonna want to check it out if you haven't yet. Great stuff. Nice. Cloudy behind us. That's pretty much all the weather we had to get through. But we're clear to climb all the way up 49,000 feet to get here on our flight plan here to KJFK. Let's make sure we get our speed up to the correct speed. But we had a great guest on. So I was a little late. I was watching that guest. Great stuff. Great stuff here. Just kick back and relax. I'll be right with you. All right, looks like the flight's all right here. Yep. Let's get into some stuff here. How about that, huh? So we got some things to get into. I gotta think about this a little bit. Don't have it quite planned out, so we're gonna go in blind. What do we want to do first here? Got plenty here to do. Let me pull up my show. Of course, we will be taking calls as well. If you'd like to call in, that's 760-515-3855. We're using the airphone today. We're on the plane. Hake's memeing, posting memes in the chat.
We're rolling, bruh.
All right, y'all. Let me say hi to you guys. Let me turn on the cam here. Leave that going. What's up, everybody? Chat, camera. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. We got some things to get into. Loosey goosey. We're taking a flight today. Should be a nice long flight. So, like I said, kick back and relax. What's up? We got some first class super chats. I believe I must welcome some people who have bought a first class seat here. Okay. I think Hake here was what's going on here? What's going on? Do we have are we having some conflict between our flight attendants? What's going on here, Sion? We have the lovely Sion here as our flight attendant. She has a first class super chat here. Let me pull it up. She's saying, do I still have a job? Do I still got a job? Sion is black. Do I still got a job? Hank will be escorted out. He is disturbing first class. This ain't Spirit Airlines, Hank. What is Hank's black showing? What's going on here? We're having some fights, some tiffs. You kicking him out? What's going on here? Because it looks like Hank super chatted, Rumble ranted earlier on Rumble. It's a party on Rumble, rumble.com/American Anchorbaby. He says, sneaking into first class via meal cart. Haha, Sion, he outsmarted you. Welcome, first class, and everyone else. Fresh haircut, looking slick. Thanks, Lord Spike Protein. David, Mr. Mad, Doom Jesus. Taking care of business. Pete Wilkins, Emperor of Cats. Point Fire. And everybody, what's up? Depressed Toilet. Rome. Yes, Gunner. Who's your bear? The OGs. Maybe even some new names. Nice. Right on. Okay. Wow. Amazing. So, what was I talking about yesterday? Oh, yeah. Glizzy violation. Mitt Romney, DeSantis. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Just trying to get get a feel here of what I want to do first. It feels like everyone is like into this mess right now about some drama and cozy. Okay, you heard about this cozy drama? I really don't know the details. I called into a show earlier today. It was a show on Cozy, and they were talking about drama. It was some guy on Cozy, and I don't know him that well. I've seen him on Twitter, seen his content a little bit. I don't have a personal issue with him. He seems a smart enough guy. I don't think he's a Christian. He's not really into that at all. He's yet to discover Christ and the truth. But I'm talking about, he goes by 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 online. He's let me find out his channel name here on Cozy. It is LP something. LP original G. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I just found it interesting that men aren't really paying attention to the image they're putting out, okay, optic, or how their behavior, okay. And I get it. People are, they're commenting online. It's what they do. I do the same, right? We talk about not getting into gossip, but I'll read this Daily Mail. I'll read a Daily Mail article about some, Jonah Hill's texts being released. That's gossip. Okay, I'm trying to bring some light, and not trying to get into too many of these, any details and stuff. But Doom Jesus says, 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔 is a douche. So you know who I'm talking about, Doom Jesus. How well do you know him? Should I be surprised Doom Jesus is going that hard though? Going super hard. Are we surprised that Doom Jesus is going hard on someone in the chat? Yeah, taking care of business. Ethan Ralph kicked off Cozy TV days ago. We had Ethan Ralph on the JLP show. Great. It was a great interview, okay? And you should check it out. It was nice. And it was pretty much right before any of this dropped, or this drama where he got kicked off Cozy, etc. Okay? And you guys don't know probably some of the people I'm talking about. We're not going to, it's not that important. And I loved how we did the Ethan Ralph interview. It was awesome because everyone in the chat was like, ask him about this, ask him about that. And I knew somewhat of the stuff. They're like, the JLP team didn't do their research. Someone's got to fire them. Someone's got to do their research. We don't need your messy research. We don't need your messy research. We did the interview with Ethan Ralph in that way on purpose. And it was great. We stuck to the family issues he's having, he's going through. And dealing with custody battles, the women in Ethan Ralph's life, that one keeping away his son from him, and other things like that. So it was great. And I love that we stayed away from all that. It's like, let's talk about real stuff. Okay? I've seen super chats and people trying to inform Jesse. Hey, Jesse, you know what Ethan's been up to lately? He's not taking your advice. That's not the point. We're putting out the message. We're putting out the message no matter what, okay? And so we're thankful for Ethan Ralph and the drama to bring some of that attention Jesse's way for the purpose of the message. You know what I mean? Even in the mess, you could be a light. Even in the mess, you can use it for good. The clicks. People love excitement and the clicks. Click, click, click. Ethan Ralph. Oh, my God. Is he going to expose this or that? Boom. And you get hit with a real interview. You got to love it. Got to love it. B is what is it? Wise as serpents, right? Awesome stuff. But everybody's kind of into stuff. And it seems like everybody's into, like, men. It's if you ever go on Cozy, some of you don't even know or not. Doesn't it feel a little bit like Marvel, like some Marvel versus DC? Okay, you know what I mean? Marvel versus DC. Oh, whose side are you on? What superhero are you into? And no, this superhero is better. My superhero's verse demolishes your superhero's verse. Okay, my superhero is planet level. Some nerdy stuff. Do you know what power scaling is? Shout out to the power scalers on YouTube. Their whole career is basically taking fictional characters and scaling them against each other and providing proof they did this and that feat. So this character is planet level, meaning how they can destroy. JLP's verse demolishes this whole drama verse. How about that? Okay, overcome anger. Cozy sounds gay drama. And it's a shame too, because I respect Cozy, I respect Fuentes, I respect what they do. Went to the FPAC, I was at that dinner and they were like, young guys, I saw future senators, presidents and stuff. So you see these Cozy streamers just hyping up drama, and like it just seems a little disrespectful, right? Men behave a certain way, okay? And there's some concepts. Let me learn you some concepts like loyalty, okay? Loyalty. Okay, you followed me. So this streamer, a hypocrite, he opened up his calls to disagreement, okay? And I enjoyed that. Well, I'll see if I can pull it up. We could maybe get into the call a little bit. What I was asking him. I see your call. I'm about to get to you. What I was asking him, and I was basically asking him like, okay, I don't care about the details of the gossip, but why are you, as an individual man, caring about this? And he's like, well, like what if it's true? Let's say it was. Why are you as a man caring at all about he's a groomer or he's a this or that? What do you guys think? Let me take this call here. I got you on the air. Your name and where are you calling from? Hey,
hello?
Caller?
Hello?
Hey, I got you on the air. Your name and where are you calling from?
Kedrick, calling from Dallas, Texas.
Kedrick, welcome to the show. How you doing?
So, as I was listening to it, and I'm a hypocrite right now because I'm calling in, but for all the talk about like, why do you, I was listening to 𝒔𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 daily cope stream.
Oh, you heard? You were watching?
Yeah, I heard. I was in the chat. I was like, oh, that's the Anchorbaby, because it was like, this is Nick calling.
No
I
way.
recognized the voice. Oh, dude, I totally knew who it was.
That's
jokes.
Like,
that's the Anchorbaby.
I didn't think anybody was aware. I had someone watching it live. That's cool, man.
Oh yeah, there was a few in the chat that were like, wait up, that's the Anchorbaby. I texted in the chat. I was like, asked him if he forgave his mother.
Dang, you know what? I didn't want to take up too much of his time, and I didn't want to be rude because I honestly I haven't watched his content, right? So it felt a little unfair to go on stuff that on a person I didn't really know. But I totally
I'm gonna disagree with you though.
Please go ahead.
I'm gonna disagree with you about what you said to him. So
okay, please.
I'm a hypocrite already because you're talking about him, talking about other people, and I'm calling into your show.
Okay.
So I'm obviously paying attention to gossip between y'all, and you were paying attention to gossip that he was talking about between Rouse and Nick, and you called in. So all the gossip you say they were about, why were you even watching it and paying attention to it? Huh?
But what was I saying to him?
Oh, yeah, you told him like to take it as an individual. Like, why does it matter to you? And he made some good points.
So I wasn't getting into the gossip, like you're saying.
Yeah, no, but by the end of it, I will say that you, after you got off, did you watch it after you got off the phone? Because he talked a little bit after. I mean,
I missed
he still had a
any
show.
of his comments afterwards.
Yeah, once he got off, he was like, yeah, he's like, honestly, he's like, I'm going to call Nick myself.
You see, I was making sense to him. I made an impression.
Yeah. I think you did, because when he said he was going to call Nick, he didn't mean you. He meant Fuentes. And he's like, he's like, I'll send a DM to Nick because he's like, I want to know for myself.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't want every single one of these shows. He's like, maybe 1 out of 10 shows can be about drama, because it gets clicks and this is my job. But he's like, this is what I want my whole show to be about. And I was like, oh, maybe Anchorbaby got to him a little bit.
No, I know I made him think a little because he totally and thanks chat for the volume, for paying attention to the volume. I turned myself up a bit here. Yeah, I honestly think it made him think a bit because he changed his vibe. He totally changed his vibe.
Yeah, he was like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I think I'm gonna message him myself. And this is the last time you'll hear me talk about this. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay.
So Anchorbaby had an effect on him.
Thank you for watching that, man. I appreciate you calling in as well.
I
loving the
recognized your voice.
Hey, that's cool. Loving the
Yeah.
conversation, man. So what do you disagree with me with what I said on the show? And for the viewers, I'll probably pull it up and then we can, so you guys can hear it. But what do you disagree with me on what I was saying to LP?
When you said, well, yeah, when you were like, why do you care about it or why do you do that?
Okay.
And he made a good point. He's like, I like to analyze these types of things and make examples of it, so that way he can show other people like the right or wrong way to go about things. Like that's kind of useful knowledge. Like, like maybe you shouldn't handle it in this way.
And you notice I didn't disagree with him on that. I understood him, and I definitely didn't judge him on that because I do the same thing. I do to a degree. So I definitely, if you notice, I didn't disagree. I totally understood him. Like it was definitely that was a conversation that I was listening to. You know what I mean?
There's nothing wrong with showing people the right way to go.
Fair enough. Fair enough, right? And so that's why I liked the conversation with him, because it wasn't just like, I was learning about him as well, a person who I didn't know about, right?
Oh, dude, it's one of my favorite. I mean, I watch JLP every morning. I stream. I turn into Joel Friday. Hey,
Nice.
The Great American Anchorbaby knit stream. Like, I'm in this area, but like, Hypocrite has You Can't Stop Progress. You should check it out. He's got plenty of great content that he does himself.
Yeah, we've had him
he's
on.
a big fan of Jesse Peterson. He was on. Jesse Peterson came on Sex Wars.
It was
actually a Hypocrite show, and he brought JLP on,
and
JLP
he was on the
like,
JLP show as well. For sure.
Yeah, dude.
And like
I've been actually.
Go on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say on a whole nother note, I've been doing the silent prayer. I went away from it for a while. Like, I'm married, I already have my wife. I was doing the silent prayer, and I think I went like 6 months. I didn't drink. I didn't do anything like bad. I was doing good at my job, but I think the first time I was doing the silent prayer, I was just doing it in action. It was like an intellectual version of it. Like, I don't think I was doing the real version.
Help me understand the difference.
Well, because like just this past week, I started doing it again, and I started like sitting down, being still, and I really started to notice when thoughts would come to my I wouldn't notice the thoughts come in my head, but I would notice when I have feelings, and I'd be like, whoa, where did that feeling come from? And then I'd work backwards from that, and I'd be like, oh, I feel like this because this thought came in my head. Oh, and then I just let it pass, because I'd be like, this isn't me.
Wow.
I'm feeling like this because this thought, and I started to like really recognize it. Like, or before it was just, I was doing the practice of silent prayer every day, morning and night, but I wasn't like acknowledging, or I wasn't catching, like when I had feelings, I would just let them overcome me. Whereas now, like, if I feel something, I stop for a second, and I'm like, why do I feel this way? And I take a step back, and I see like, oh, I was thinking about this, and that thought made me feel like this. So fuck this thought, get it out of here.
True. I guess, so just to summarize it, the difference was that before you were praying, the feelings would come and it'd wash over you. You'd get distracted and go with that. Isn't it interesting that you can make this mess in your mind? You could create a labyrinth in your mind, and it looks like how do I unravel this? How did I get here? And all you got to do is just remember the thought that caused it, and then it all goes away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Am I doing it the right way now? Where it's like, because the feeling is what triggers me to think like, okay, why do I feel this way? What was I thinking? And I'm like, oh, that thought made me feel this way.
Yep.
So I don't have to feel that way. That's just a thought. That's a spirit. It's let it pass, and then I let it pass. But before, I would just let the. Am I doing that the right way?
It makes sense to me, man. And I don't have like a prescription on the right way. The only thing I know is, and I think is all you need, is when you do pray, and you sit there, just knowing that first that you want to be still and be in God's presence, like that's what you want, right? And then you sit down. And then you just pray, right? You pray how you've heard. You heard Jesse say it, try it like this. You heard Jesus say, oh, be still and know. And so you have an idea. And so you sit there and just like commit, you know. And I really have nothing else besides that. You just
Well,
commit, and then you'll see that you'll see what you're seeing right now. You're seeing.
Well, it's not just the thoughts that come like about the future.
Okay.
You see, it's not just things like I guess what people would call anxiety. I don't really believe in anxiety, but like I get thoughts about like, oh, what's going to happen next, and then I'm like, oh, I feel this way because I'm thinking about something that doesn't even exist yet. So let's forget that thought, like whatever. But the ones that hit me the hardest are the thoughts from the past when I think about like things I did wrong, and then it makes me feel some kind of way, and then I have to stop and be like, oh, well, you just feel that way because there's a thought coming in saying like, oh, well, you did this back then, or you did that, and it's like, okay, well, like that's just a thought that's making me, because right now I'm not doing that thing. So there's no reason for me to feel that way anymore. But those ones get me a little harder than the ones about than the thoughts about the future get me, you know.
And you just
I sound like a schizophrenic. I know I'm not.
No, you literally just defined depression and anxiety. They've given it very fancy names and clinical names, and they call it depression and anxiety. But you literally just defined it. Anxiety is believing in the future, which doesn't exist. Depression is believing in the past, which also doesn't exist.
Yo, that's deep.
You know what I mean? Like you literally just you just defined it, and that's what it is. And what is that? Essentially, follow it even more. Follow that to an even simpler conclusion. Distill it even more. You're believing the thoughts of Satan.
Yeah, it totally is, dude. It's just I don't know. It's hard to find people to talk to about this. Just like, well, because I tell them when I sit down and I'm still, and I'm like, I tell them like I'm focused on being still and knowing God, but thoughts come in my head, and I'm like, if I'm focused on being still, then where do those thoughts come from? And they're like, oh, you have thoughts and voices in your head? And it's like, come on, man. Like, I'm focused on being still. Like, if a thought comes in, it's obviously not from me. It's not from inside my head. Like, it's obviously an outside source. Like, some people don't get it. They'll literally look at me like I'm fucking insane.
And yet some people totally see it. You know what I mean? Without you having to prove it. Yeah. It's like this unprovable paradox. It's very interesting. Yet you mention it to some, and they see it.
Yeah, there has been a few people that did it, but on another note too, any advice for me? I just moved to Dallas, Texas, maybe like 4 months ago from Austin. I had a really good job, was paying me way more, and today they just let me go out of nowhere. I was completely blindsided by it. They never sat me down. They never said, hey, here's some problems we have. And when I got fired, I asked the boss, I was like, hey, why is this happening? He's like, you should know. And I was like, okay, well, I was like, I don't know. And he's like, well, think all the way back to day one, reflect on it. And it was very...
And he still didn't answer you?
And some more insight, like, my mom is kind of his boss. Like, she gives him work. Okay. Like, they're all entangled in this, like, work thing they do. And anyway, it's like, he didn't give me any answer. And I was like, I actually don't know. Could you tell me? And I stayed respectful the whole time. But he still fired me. He didn't tell me anything. He said, think back to it. And I've been fired before. I'm 32. Okay. I've been fired before. I worked honestly at this job. I was there on time. I did what I was supposed to do. And it was just weird because usually when I've been fired before for not doing my work, they say, hey, man, hey, Nick, you know, I like you, but this just isn't going to work out. I'm sorry, man, but we got to let you go. Like, they talk to you like that.
Right.
But he had this animosity to him where he was just like, you know what you did. Get out of here. Like,
it sounds like a girlfriend. You know what I mean?
Dude, it sounds like a girlfriend?
It sounds, you know what I mean? Like, you know what? You should know why I'm mad.
You're picking up on
it, though.
You're picking up. If it sounds like a girlfriend, you're picking up on it. Because, like, the thing was, so we were living in Austin, and I was driving out here from Dallas to go to the office every so often before we made the move, me and my wife.
Okay.
And he asked me and my wife to watch his house one weekend. We watched his house one weekend back in March, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, after we were done watching his house, his wife and him broke up, his wife was a total alcoholic, doing pills and all these other things.
Oh man.
It's actually his third wife. My wife is right here. She's like, tell him it's his third wife because like he had already been married
Your
twice.
wife's
He had already been married twice.
Hey, no, you gotta get every detail.
Well, they
right.
were he had two
You gotta
wives.
make sure you tell him all the details.
Now he was engaged to the third one, and the third wife was saying like, hey, Kedrick and his wife, they were abusing our dogs, and they threw up all over the house. There was throw up all over the house when I came back, and the dogs were abused. And then,
How
like,
do you abuse a dog?
they broke. We didn't. It's fucking it's such a stupid thing. Anyway, but then they broke up, and then she called me one day on my phone, and she also called my coworkers, and she called me, and she was like, hey, I don't care who you are, I'll press charges. I know what you did to my dogs. And like, I hung up and I blocked her number. And then she still sent a message saying like, oh, if you ever call me, I'm going to block you. Like, I'll press charges, all this stuff. I think he got back with her, and I think he literally fired me because, like, I think he fired me because he got back with his fiance or whatever the fuck she is. He got back with her, and she was like, just so you know, your employee abused my dogs, so you need to fire him. Because the way he came at me, he had the girlfriend energy. He had the woman energy. He's like, you know what you did.
I noticed
I don't
that.
have to, I was like, yeah, because I was like, can you tell me, like,
it's personal.
Yeah, well, if I did something wrong, like business-wise or like work-wise, talk to me about it. And I would actually appreciate if you talk to me about it when it happens, and we can correct it. So did you do anything? But he said, I messed up this past weekend, but he told me, he was like, think about what you've done all the way since the first day.
Have you done anything?
And until this last weekend, that was the only mistake I made, like work-wise.
Okay.
Yeah. But he told me. He
told
me
is
he's
it
like,
deserved?
No, because everything was fixed and it all worked out, and then I learned from it.
So you said you want to ask me a question about it, or advice or something about it, because
I
notice your wife wanted to make sure you got the gossip right, and here I am entertaining.
Yeah, we don't.
Whatever. Let's continue. No problem.
I mean, I've got more job opportunities lined up. We're not like, I've got like plenty of money. We just sold a house before we came out here, so we got plenty of money. Like, we could coast off 20 months with neither of us working, and all the money I got from selling the last house, where we're good. You know what I mean? So like, money's not an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like my mom and a mentor of mine and family, because I don't know my dad. Unfortunately, I never met him. My mom had me out of wedlock, and so your work, my mom
is tied up with your mother. Is your mother your boss as well?
No, she might be pretty soon. She's the one offering me the next job.
Okay,
that's good paying.
And how's that working out?
That even?
How's that working out?
It kind of sucks. It's kind of good in some ways. I guess I get benefits, but I feel like even when I got fired from this last job, there was a lot of talk that went on amongst the employees about me, but no one said anything to me because my mom was their boss. So they all just like, they just talked to each other, but no one said anything
right,
to
the
me
boss's
they were
son.
like, they didn't.
You can't be.
Yeah.
Changes the
And
dynamic.
it's like, come on, you can talk to me. Like, I ain't a little bitch ass nigga. Like, you can talk to me though.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
We're still on. I think you're black, right? You're black. YouTube, he's black.
Yeah, I'm half.
Oh, actually.
You know.
But
yeah.
I was gonna say, even in that situation, it's really how you present. And in my opinion, you can even.
I've forgiven my mom, by the way.
You say that again?
I've already forgiven my mom, by the way.
Right on, man. Even in that situation, though, you can find a way to operate in a way where, people, you can assuage that a bit. Hey, I know. You can even be like straight up with people. Hey, I know, I'm the boss's son, but tell me straight up. Like,
I should have said that sooner, right?
I don't think you have to be shy about that.
Yeah, I mean, I got new jobs lined up, but I should have said something like that earlier. You're right. I should have said something sooner.
Yeah,
before it got to the point where I'm at now.
You could always, even in situations that maybe look complicated or difficult or out of your control, there's always a little bit of wiggle room. I've noticed in all situations, and that wiggle comes from you.
Well, there ain't no wiggle room in this situation because this situation's over, bro.
Exactly.
This situation's done. I'm being fired, nigga.
And so it's time to make your own thing, right? It's time to do your thing.
Yeah, I think
I'm
honestly,
sure you got what you got from the
thing.
job, and if that's how it's gonna be, where a boss is gonna
Can I give some,
talk to you like a woman, maybe it's for the best.
I give some financial advice to everybody listening.
We got some financial advice. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this job that I got in Dallas, I was right at that brink. I was at like $75,000 a year, right before where you start to make. If I made a penny more or like $1,000 more, I have to pay taxes, right? So if I had to pay taxes every year, I'd be making less, right? I could make 76 instead of 75 on salary.
Okay. You go up like a tax bracket or something?
Yeah, but once you pay taxes, I'd actually be taking home 50,000. Whereas if I was on 75, so it disincentivizes you to make more money. Unless I think I did the math, and unless I got to $120,000, then I wouldn't be making more.
That's interesting, huh? Class barriers on purpose or no?
Well, I don't know what the reason is, but it made me realize I gotta start my own business. Right, it really made me realize you gotta start your own thing, bro. Because there's a million ways till Sunday to do your taxes when the business belongs to you.
Right on, man. Nice,
and then
man.
You can do taxes in the real way, keep the money for you and your family instead of giving it all away to the government.
How long you been married, if you don't mind?
Dude, this is like our first hardship that we've had as a marriage. Because we've only been married for like a year and a month. And my wife's really cool about it. She understands. We talked about it like, every marriage goes through hardships. And we had nothing but W's, nothing but wins. Like, we got married, honeymoon, bought a house, sold a house, got a new job. And then finally, like, we caught the L. And it's like, okay, I guess this is the valley. But, there'll be more peaks to come. We ain't really worried about it.
Right on, man. I love the attitude. Man, I'm wishing you guys well. Man. Wishing you and the fam, wishing you and your wife well.
What do you say about the boss, though? Do you think the boss is on some bullshit or what?
He sounds like I just didn't like the whole. It's like, just tell me what's wrong. Talk to me.
He couldn't tell me,
and
bro.
If you can't, very feminine. Like, but you shouldn't.
He's like, what's wrong.
Like, I don't think you should be. I hope you're not griping too hard, especially about it, especially not to your wife.
Dude, bro,
it's like it's just a woman. It's just a I know it's.
To connect it all back, I went Ethan Ralph mode. And I was
what do you mean? What do you mean?
So like, my mom does business with him. My mentor, he's like an uncle to me, and he's like, oh yeah, this doctor, he had 2 other people working for him that were from your mom previously, but they were women, and he had 2 lawsuits from those women because he was dating them, even though he hired them to work for him. I was like, oh.
So you put out his you put out his business?
Oh, I'm gonna find out all of it. I'm about to go Ethan Ralph mode, man.
You put out that man's business?
No, I didn't put it out like someone told me. I haven't put it out.
Then what'd you do with that info?
I'm telling you about it. So
I know, but someone told you that boss of yours.
I'm just gathering it into my spirit bomb. And then once I gather it in the spirit bomb.
But the spirit bomb is a collection of.
Because he wronged me.
But the spirit bomb only destroys evil.
He was evil. He wronged me for no reason.
No, you're being evil, collecting this information. How can that be a spirit bomb? Spirit bomb only destroys evil.
I guess you're right. Well, I don't know,
I'm right.
I got wronged.
You know I'm right.
Yeah, I do.
You know I'm right, man. Don't be doing that, especially with your wife around. She's hearing you collect the information and going like.
Okay, so I guess the real question I have for you is like, if I feel like I've been wronged,
okay,
what should I do about it?
Pay attention to yourself and try and discover why do you feel wronged. If you knew that people are influenced, and that they become little women, emotional women, and a grown man will tell you, you know what you did, and you know that that's pure emotion and ego. You wouldn't feel wronged because you would know that it's not him, and you wouldn't feel judged or wronged. You know what I mean? You should examine yourself.
It kind of ties it back to the start when I was telling you I started doing the silent prayer and I started noticing thoughts, and I'm like, why do the thoughts make me feel this way, or why do I feel this way? Then I go back to the thought and I identify it and get away from it, or let it pass. And it's like I should also do that for other people when I see them.
So true, man. Well said. You should.
Yeah, like,
you should. It's a little love. Just a little love goes a long way. And the thing is, it's like, well, a man just don't. Why would a man behave like that? You know, there's a thing with your boss, but he's in Ralph. We talked about
Nick,
it.
you know what you did. You know what you did. We don't have to talk about it. You know what you did. Okay.
And then the mistake is trying to figure it out. Okay, a woman does that to you.
Dude, everybody told me that. Everybody's like, why are you trying to figure it out?
That's a mistake.
Everybody told me, they're like, why are you trying to figure it out? You'll never. They're like, my mom, my mentor, all the people. They're like, you'll never know.
Carrot on the stick.
They're like, you'll never know why it happened.
And when a woman does that to you, you know, oh, I don't. Oh, okay. Well, bye. Stay mad. Take it. Slaves Daily in the chat says, take it on the chin and level up. Yeah, man, you got to raise your power level. Onward and upward. Let's go. Loving it, man. Man, I appreciate your call. Call me again sometime. Kedrick. All right, peace. Right on. Moving the wheels, sir. Appreciate that. Yeah. We got to behave. There's a way men behave, y'all. There's a way men behave. And, yeah, it's like, it seems like a bunch of cozy streamers, they're like, he said, she said, and they got their streams up, and they're bringing up the gossip, which is a little disrespectful to Nick on his own platform, right? Like, don't you think? I literally just front page of my YouTube, there's this random guy I don't even know. He calls himself Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, and he's like talking about just pearly things. This is like on my home page. This is a male, so a purported man, maybe a male on YouTube, and he's all like, this Pearl's employee said this, and he quit because Pearl said this. And you guys know just pearly things, right? She was on the Fallen State. She's a nice lady. Gets a lot of hate for calling out the women online. And this is an example of what I'm talking about. I don't even know what he's talking about, but I know it's got. I just know it's gossipy stuff. And I see it a lot. And apparently this 'hypocrite, he likes Jesse, and I respect that. He was on Jesse's show. And I think our conversation, it made him think a little bit. He totally switched up his vibe.
Evidence that Nick knew about it.
Doesn't want to really
it was little boys in
talk about it anymore.
Rant over.
Let me see if I can pull up our call here.
That's my
because
position.
like I was being maybe a little bit beta a little later. So I was trying to be understanding to someone I'd never spoken to before. We got into it afterwards in the chat a little bit.
Nick responds to Ali.
But I basically called him because he opened up the calls to disagreement, and he brought up, and basically, I don't know the details between the Ethan Ralph versus Nick Fuentes thing, Marvel versus DC, and I ended up I happened upon his stream, honestly. And he pulls up some alleged text between Nick Fuentes and someone else. And I hypocrite, this guy, he's responding to someone else saying, no, I'm not being hypercritical, guys. This is what he's saying, right? I'm not being hypercritical, guys. I just care about this one part where allegedly Nick Fuentes is something about, naughty pics of people, okay? Snapping naughty pics of people. And this guy is on his stream saying, on Cozy, right, on Nick Fuentes' platform, saying, I just want him to clarify this little part here. And so I called in asking him, why would he ever care? Why would you want a man to clarify on what essentially is hearsay, and you can't even prove? And I know that it's hearsay because that's what I know it's hearsay because that's what this guy said. That's what this streamer said. That's what iHypocrite said. Or LP Original G said. He said it was just hearsay. So I know from him. And let's see if I can pull up the call here.
fucking want is an explanation on what.
Anything conclusive, then.
All I fucking want is an explanation on what this here says. That he asked a couple guys for dick pics. If Nick comes and says, oh, those guys were adults. If Nick says that, then it's like, okay, well, I don't have any proof to the contrary. And it's all, everything else is hearsay. But I haven't seen Nick say that.
Okay, you following?
So it's not highly critical.
You following the Marvel versus DC universe fight? It's like, jeez.
It's a valid concern, okay?
Valid concern, he says. That's something people say, well, I'm concerned. I'm just concerned. If you were truly concerned about something, you would go to that person like privately, like individually. It's
like if you knew he was asking minors for dick pics, you should have gotten rid of him right then and there. That's my position on that. Personal beliefs and principles. You can
okay, you following? So let me skip ahead.
Should I just take calls now?
Yeah,
somebody in the cozy chat saying open.
And was gonna say
I don't even know who the fuck.
It's cool that some of you listening heard my call on the show. It's funny. I feel clouded. I'm so clouded, guys.
One in the chat if you don't even know who the fuck.
It's gonna go straight to my head.
2 in the
60, what? Barely a minute or two on 𝒔𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍� thing. It's going straight to my head, y'all. Ego on display.
Of last year, and I was told.
I'm like learning so much.
Okay. Nobody wants to hear
the evidence.
Taking calls. Let's get to it.
2 months ago.
And I saw a photograph.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Hello?
Yes, hello. You're on the air.
This is me.
I didn't know everyone can hear and see me right now.
They can't see you, but they can hear you.
I'm being nice, and I'm trying to keep the show rolling here. He had me muted, apparently.
I definitely have a disagreement with you, but I can't hear or see anything. My apologies to the stream. Let me get this figured out.
Oh, sorry.
I'm being a professional. You hear me, guys? I'm being like a professional. Hey, I'm in the industry. What can I say? I'm being a professional. Hey, I know how it works, man. Let's keep it going. Moving the wheels.
Sorry. That's my bad. I was muted in StreamYard. I was mute myself, and I haven't taken calls in a while. Oh, shit, he left. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come back.
Talk about me.
That was my bad. All right, well, we'll keep watching in the meantime here.
You know, that's very problematic for your credibility, actually. I think that.
Thank you so much for having me here. You know, I appreciate you opening it up for disagreement. And, you know, I have no personal problem with you at all. But let me get right into it. You say you pointed to this one part of some message, right? And you said, this is the only thing I care about. This right here is the only thing I want a clarification on, okay?
Yeah.
And it's supposed to sound like reasonable of you, like it's a reasonable position. It's not really that critical, but honestly, it's actually like you're showing something about yourself that maybe you don't realize, because if you really had a problem with him, you would just go to him,
right? So that's what that was my first point. If you had a real concern, I'm so concerned, you would go to the person. Okay, you go personally because that's your friend, or anything. You're just an individual man. That's another individual man. That's one side. The other side is like, it's also not your business. Okay, so you should be okay if that person says it's none of your business. You'd be like, okay, you're right.
Right. You see what I'm saying? This is a stream for attention, for, you know what I mean? What is my thing really is not the drama and the gossip, because I don't even know all the details. My thing is, why are men, people who are on stream, you know, you're a male, but are you a man? Why are men caring about other things? Why are men caring about like alleged things and gossip and stuff? That's my thing.
Okay, so here's the counter to that. Hypothetically, if it's true and he knew this guy was grooming minors and didn't care, then right, because it sounds like your whole argument hinges on the idea that we don't know if it's true or not. But that's not actually addressing the fact of what if it is true, then what?
Exactly. It's a what if on both sides.
No
the
way.
Manly position.
I'll play that again if you're not following. I'm sorry to cut in the middle here, but I see Kedrick in the chat of 𝒔𝒐𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍� chat in the replay. That's funny. He says, literally Nick from JLP, LOL. Right on, Kedrick. Thanks for being a real one in the chat. Hey, let's go.
Right?
You
see what I'm saying? This is a stream for...
I bet it.
Okay,
you say, sound like reasonable of you, so for attention.
Sorry, guys. I cut in the middle of it. Let's get back to where we were.
For, you know what I mean? What is my thing really? You're a male, but are you a man?
That hypothetically, if it's true and he knew this guy was grooming minors and didn't care, then right, because it sounds like your whole argument hinges on the idea that we don't know if it's true or not. But that's not actually addressing the fact of what if it is true, then what?
Exactly. It's a what if on both sides. The manly position would be to leave it be. And if you truly had a problem with Nick and were at a real concern, then a man would go to him, you know, you would just go to him directly. You wouldn't do all this charade, and I don't know you personally. I don't know you too much about you, but this is a clown show.
Boom! Dang, this is a clown show, buddy.
So here's the thing. I think that
and it is like, imagine being on someone's platform, going like, "I'm just so concerned. I'm so concerned," and then having a you know, it's like clout, a whole clout stream where you're just like, "Oh, let me speculate and wonder about basically what's alleged stuff," and on their platform too. He should apologize to Nick and say, "Hey, you know what? I did that on your platform. I'm sorry. Let me take down this video," or I don't know, but you know what I mean? Like, he should apologize, in my opinion. And later on in the stream, he says, "I'm gonna." He even says, "Hey, look, I like streaming on Cozy." It was almost a sort of apology. He's like, "I like streaming on Cozy. I want to stay here. I want to stay on Cozy." I was like, "Whoa, bro, who's talking about you getting off Cozy?" You know what I mean?
That's fair, what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, hold on.
Charade, and if you truly had a problem with Nick and were at a real concern, then a man would go to him, you know, you would just go to him directly. You wouldn't do all this charade, and I don't know you personally. I don't know you too much about you, but this is a clown show.
So here's the thing. I think that that's fair, what you're saying.
Of course it's fair.
Like I said,
you know I'm right.
Earlier, people have come at me with this for months since the whole thing broke. I haven't talked about it. I haven't, because I wanted to hear from Nick. Now Nick does this public stream where he addresses it. Everything I'm commenting on is public. And so this is what you do as a commentator, right? Yeah, I could DM him.
There's a lot I don't know. I just had no idea that he had commented on before. I didn't know 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒏. I tried to reach out to Nick already and then got basically ghosted and left on red. But my point still stands. You know, I was saying, if you're really concerned and, you know, you're on his platform, I assumed that they are somewhat friends or know each other a little bit. If that's your friend or someone you respect or whatever, you're on their platform, right? You would go to them. That being said, that's still not like the ultimate point, because the ultimate point is, why are you caring? Why are you caring? So let's say you're concerned and it's your friend, okay? You respect them and you go up to them. Let's say they tell you, it's none of your business. You should be fine. Or you're left on red and they don't even respond to you. Then you should just let it go. It's literally none of your business.
And say, "Hey, can you clarify this?" But
all right,
I didn't do that. Maybe I should have. But
public details.
He's listening. Maybe I should have.
And you're a streamer, but you know, I'm just
shout out to the truth and God, because you know this is not me. Where was I?
In general, too, my point still stands. It's you. It's others. In general, it seems Cozy is on this kick, and I have a huge respect for Cozy and people on it. Not just Nick. I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say here is, it seems like it's just, here we are, we're men trying to make some effect in the world, but actually, you're just a bunch of gossips, a bunch of women.
Well, look, Nick took it
because this is what I care about. Like, I get it. Some people are, that's their content. They do this kind of content. This is that kind of content. This is what I care about. I cared about LP, who I know his tweets, and I like his tweets. He's always seemed like a smart guy, an individual I respect, you know, but or whatever. But I'm interested in LP and what he feels about what I'm saying here. Okay, you may not even be wrong about some of the stuff he's saying, but about this specifically, about his internal caring about this, that's what I care about.
a big black eye. That's the general public perception of what happened yesterday. My intent in doing this, and I don't think like Nick actually watches my show or gives a shit what I say about anything, so it doesn't really matter, but I'm just putting out my opinions, which is that he should own this in a way that's a little bit more.
And some of the comments here in the chat, this was happening during, as I was saying this. Yeah, but LP is a streamer. His business is getting attention and followers. That's just what this is. Why are you watching then? I don't know. Is that really the business of a stream? Like what are you trying to say here, son of Philip, who is not in my chat currently? He probably can't respond to me. But what is this person trying to essentially say? That streamers, the job of a streamer is to lie? You don't have to put out, yeah, you can get attention, but you don't have to get attention in every single way. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, your job as a man is to make money. Some might say, right? Well, if my job is as a man, I can go make money right now. I can go to Western. I can go on Figueroa Street at 12 p.m. and wear a dress, okay, and start making some money. Start working. You know what I'm trying to say here? You don't have to get attention every single way. That's his job. And again, it's not a judgment because, and you'll hear this in the call. I somewhat even agree that, there's a time and place for all things. There's a time and place for all things. Okay.
Direct and accountable. That's what I think based off of what I've seen. Either he needs to be a little bit more accountable for the mistakes that were made, or explain how these mistakes are all just misperceptions.
You know what? I can understand what you're saying. And the truth is like, there are two sides to stuff, and people.
Strange. Wow, that's foul. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't think I was being that foul. Strange example to jump to. No, it's not strange. It makes perfect sense to what I'm saying here. Meaning, why would you go to the lowest? Why would you go to the lowest common denominator to achieve attention or money? Is kind of the point of what I'm saying here. There's ways to get attention and money, but that doesn't mean you should do them. I thought that was clear, guys. Come on.
People have their gripes and they have their fight, and you know what? There may be merit on either side, and so I don't even deny your criticisms. You may be right or wrong, but what about you? What do you think about what I'm saying? Because you are still an individual. You are an individual, and you still have a choice on the way you act and what you promote. And you're,
sorry, amazing camel jockey.
Into gossip. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, I'm into gossip.
And I liked it when he said this, because it was a moment of honesty, and you'll hear me being honest here in a moment. Like, it's like we're into excitement. I'm into excitement, and that being said, I had a friend who was asking me, "Come on, Nick, don't lie. You want to know all the details." And you know what? Honestly, I don't. There's things that I'm not gonna say here like gossip doesn't excite me. I was talking about Jonah Hill and whatever, this random gossip by some celebrity the other day. But anyways, I like this moment of honesty here.
I don't know what to tell you.
You know what? I don't judge you. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm not, but I recognize that that's a feminine quality, and like that's not a good thing. So why would I feed it? Why would I try and
Yeah.
Now, especially, really, honestly, and you already said this. You already mentioned this and what it hinged on, and honestly, it is because we don't know, right? It's alleged and all that. So really, I'm kind of, brought about to this because of that as well. So
yeah, I will say when it comes to Ali Akbar, we don't really know, but also you just look at the guy, you look at his physiognomy, and
I don't know what he's talking about here.
Like recoil, you know what?
But I know who he's talking about, Ali Alexander.
I mean,
and he's saying he's ugly. He's calling him ugly, basically. So that was funny.
So then when you hear all these things, you're like, you know what? He looks exactly like. I know that's not proof. I know, but I'm just saying in my gut. I don't know.
Guy calls in to talk about gossip, says the chat. But I clearly, and this is a response to Kedrick. I wasn't though. I clearly wasn't. I clearly was not talking about the gossip at all. Other callers after me start calling in and. This detail, that detail. They talk about this, he said, she said. I'm not talking about that at all. Okay?
No, but in my gut, I do know. In my gut, I know that guy is not somebody I want to be around.
sorry, I'm not trying to talk over you. Thanks for having me on too, by the way. Great stream. But yeah, you know, let's say this. Let me ask you one last. I don't want to take up all your time here, but let me give you another, like maybe a hypothetical or something, because that's funny what you're saying, by the way. You're a funny guy. But let's say you knew definitively about anyone. It doesn't even have to be Nick, but let's say you knew definitively this guy did this.
Someone in 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 says, the real evidence of working with chomos is gossip. This guy sounds like an 80 IQ Brown. Hey, chat. One in the chat if I'm an 80 IQ Brown. One in the chat if I'm an 80 IQ Brown. You might not be wrong about me. I don't know if this arcade outpost in 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎, he might not be wrong about me.
What, grooming or this or that?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you, as an individual man, care at all?
Right. I'll tell you. I will tell you, because what I try to do on this show, I try to entertain people, of course, try to inform people, but I also try to like give people what I consider to be good advice on how to conduct yourself in various scenarios so that they can get something useful out of it. That's the point of, you analyze a scenario and you say, here's what happened. Maybe here's how it could have been handled better, blah, 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 blah. Maybe people get something out of that.
I get that, man. You know what? I wouldn't even operate that differently from you in some of what you said. So really, honestly, thanks for having me on. Just wanted to thought provoke this, because men are not acting like men lately, but you know, that's just my own little gripe. Keep on with the show, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for calling, man. Appreciate your call.
So yeah, that was my little call on 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔. And yeah, he's a smart guy. I appreciate some of his work that I've seen. So shout out. And it was a great conversation. Thanks for having me on, honestly. And I think I made him think a little bit, because afterwards he totally
behind the
switches up.
scenes.
He totally switches up. You know, by switch up, I mean he just, you know, he moves, he switches gears on his show here. I'm not saying he's being a hypocrite. 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒔. But anyways, that was just a little thing here. People are all into mess. People are into mess, and it's like, okay, fine. We know this. We're into mess. We're into mess. We know this. But can we at least not say it's okay? Can we at least say it's not okay? Can we at least start there, and that maybe will get the snowball rolling into overcoming it completely? You feel me? Can we at least not say it's fine, and just, can we at least admit that, hey, this is feminine. This is feminine and wrong. You know what I mean? You feel me? So that was great. I hope it gets worked out, and it's just stupid fighting over essentially feelings and ego and reputation. When these people like Ethan and Nick have been working together just fine, and you know, any like slights and stuff should be, I don't know, either figured out between them individually. Hey, anyway, I could comment on this or that, but that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much it. That's what happened, and that's what's happening. And people should, hey, whatever. It's whatever, right? That was my thing on it. We're in the cockpit right now. Ooh, what is going on here? We have an very odd angle of attack here. My apologies, passengers, if you've been wondering why your drink keeps spilling on your lap, why you feel like you've been on a upwards roller coaster, wondering when the drop is, when you're gonna level out, or where the drop is. If you've been feeling like you've been in an upwards roller coaster in that position for quite a while now, it's because we have an odd angle of attack here. What's going on is the plane is trying to climb to its intended 49,000 feet in the air, but there's a couple things that might be wrong here. I'm not quite sure just yet. Our throttle here, you see the throttle here on our center console here, should be on the CL detent. You see the little triangle CL? That means climb, and it was not in the climb detent. Now that we are in the climb detent, I think we'll see what's up. We're still not quite leveling out here. Maybe we need to increase our speed a little bit. Air is a little thinner up at this height. We might need the extra power. Come on, plane, work with me. What am I doing wrong? Talk to me. Shouldn't you be easy to fly by now with all your computers? I wonder why. Maybe I'm supposed to boost this. This is not how you want your pilot to speak, right? Maybe this is not how you want. You don't want to hear what you don't want to hear this from your pilot. Everybody, calm down. Everything's fine. I have I believe 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 in the chat. 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎, asking what happened with something with DeSantis. What happened with DeSantis? This 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒑 in the chat is saying they want to vote DeSantis now. What do you mean you want to vote DeSantis now? What happened with DeSantis that made you... What's going on here? Pete Wilkins says, switch it on and off. That might fix it. Sorry, that might not fix it. I don't know if that's a risk we want to take, Pete Wilkins. Okay. Let us get the vibes going and get into some other topics here. But I really got to figure out... why is our plane flying funny? We need to get up to our last few thousand feet here, which we're not climbing. What's up, Who's Your Bear? Appreciate the super chat there, first class super chat. He asks, great stream so far. Are you into baby metal? You seem like the type. Hey, what the heck? What do you mean? I don't even know what baby metal is, Who's Your Bear? Do you have any tunes we should check out? Do you have any tunes to get us into the genre here? Give us a little taste. Give us a little tune so we can maybe get a taste of this genre. Baby metal. Baby metal. Maybe if I change my computer settings here and interesting. Let's switch to 48,000 feet. Let's see if we climb. Ooh, something's happening, I think. 47,000 feet. Come on. What's going on here? What am I doing wrong? My passengers are tilting backwards. This is ridiculous. Okay, actually, Pete Wilkins, I'm going to follow your advice. I'm literally going to turn autopilot on and off. See if that worked. Let's turn off all our lights, which are still on. Retract our lights. Strobe on, beacon on. What the heck? I can't get this plane to... What is going on? How do I... Well, passengers, you're just in a reclined position. You're just more relaxed, right? This is a good thing. Just a couple degrees. It ain't ever hurt nobody. Right? All right. What should we do next? Is baby metal a band or a genre? My bad, Who's Your Bear? 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒑. Maybe it was not 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒑, but 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒑 in the chat. Wondering what you meant about DeSantis. 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒑. Okay. Let's see. You guys see this TikTok that's going viral? There's a little TikTok going viral. 4.5 million views on this tweet alone. Baby Metal, a band from Japan. Oh, yeah? What's up, Gary A? Glizzy Gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Dirty. Thank you, Yes Gunner. Gang, gang. You guys know what I'm doing? Ooh, ice cream, so good. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Gang, gang. Thank you, Who's Your Bear? Play Gimme Chocolate by Baby Metal. Okay. We'll play that song in a second, but I have to show you, since we're talking about those weirdos on TikTok, doing the, or should I call them hustlers? Is it fair to just call them hustlers? You gotta respect the hustle. These are NPCs on TikTok who are doing this weird dono thing where they pretend to be a text-to-speech donation.
Twerk for a lion.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
Gummy bear. Thank you.
Roses. I love you all.
Twerk for a lion. Maybe.
Rose is my favorite. Fire. Ouch. Thanks for the rose. I love you. Thanks for the rose.
This one's not even pretending to be a robot. She's just like a normal girl. I'm just a black girl with a hair. She's not even pretending to be a robot. At least pretend to be like an NPC character. NPC character stands for non-player character. It's a gaming term for those that don't know. It's when you're playing a video game and you go up to the shop and you talk to the shop owner, no one's playing that character. It's just a programmed character in the video game. And so they have a very video gamey robotic way of speaking. That's the vibe. That's what these people are doing. They're being NPCs. They're role playing NPCs on this platform TikTok. And as people donate, the donations correspond to certain actions. It's as if you, the viewer, are causing this person to say this canned response to your donation. Let's say you give them a little rose and they'll say, "Ooh, thank you for a rose." You following me now? Wasn't that a perfect boomer? We love boomers, right? We love boomers. Shout out Hake Report. But wasn't that a perfect description for the boomers to describe what I'm talking about here? I'm the bridge. I've always been the bridge of technology between the boomers and the youngins. Okay, so that's what's going on. This is the NPCs.
I love you all. Fire. Ouch. Love you. Thanks for the rose.
Gummy bear.
This one's not even trying to be a robot. Come on, you got to try better than that. Well, let me show you. We peaked. We already peaked with this type of content. We already peaked. I don't know if maybe you could show me one better, but we're done with this. We've already peaked. The joke has run its course, and this guy here has taken this joke to its end. I think this is the best you could do. This black guy here, this young guy here, is doing the same trend, but he got his mom involved in the little skit. Okay, it's kind of funny.
Oh my God, just drink some water.
It's CJ from Grove Street.
No, tell him who you are. If you saying here, drink this water. It's cold.
Break yourself, fool.
No.
So it's like a concerned mother. It's like, what is my son doing? He needs help. He won't stop being a TikTok NPC.
Daddy, y'all.
He needs help. Somebody help him.
Talk to your daddy, y'all. Let him talk to his dad, please.
Thank you for the glizzies.
Listen, your daddy is talking.
What's good, Pops?
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Thank you for the glizzies.
No.
Thanks for
Y'all, please just stop because
Thank you for the weights.
we trying to get him some help. Please, just don't keep
Thank you for the
entertaining.
glizzies.
Don't entertain this madness. We trying to truly help our son.
Thank you for the camp off.
No, listen to us.
Like he's a prisoner like he's an NPC prisoner. She's like, stop donating to him. He needs help. Stop it. It's not a joke.
He's talking to you, Tish.
Quadruple glizzy.
Is he high? What's wrong with him?
Tell your dad what's
Thank you for the galaxy. Oh my gosh. Woo! Ooh, ride it like a cowboy.
I'm gonna start calling names for real.
Thank you for the glizzies.
Aisha T.
Thank you for the
Y'all,
glizzies.
please just stop. Don't do this. We
Thank you for
trying
the
to have a
glizzies.
family intervention.
Tasty.
Please.
Thank you for the roses.
Honestly, I respect the hustle. I respect son and ma and pop. They figured out how to they're getting paid.
No, please.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the heart.
You say sad, yes, Gunnar, but they're definitely, it's a skit. They're definitely playing, and they're hustling.
Stop it. Listen.
For the love of God, stop donating to my son. He needs help. Stop it. My Friday is ruined, says Booty Warrior. So I had to show you guys, we've peaked on this NPC content. Maybe we peaked. Honestly, we need, what about a JLP NPC? I don't know if that would even work. JLP as an NPC TikTok stream? Forgive your mother. Beta. Gang. That actually, wait, hold up. Wait, let's not throw that away. That might actually be a genius. That might be genius. Beta. Slut. It is a disease, yes, Gunner, despite the hustle. They're hustling. I'm disappointed in you, Nick. You don't respect the hustle, broski bear? Come on. You telling me you don't respect the hustle? It wouldn't work, says Amazing Camel Jockey. It'll work for a little bit, right? Pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie. Beta. He black. So this video here is going viral. 4.5 million on this. TikTok even more. We're talking tens of millions. I think this woman is joking. It's a skit. Okay, but let's watch it. Let's watch the viral content. What's going viral, Nick? Watch.
Whoever fought for women to get jobs. Why? Why did we do that? I am so tired. I want to just put my feet up. Like, I am... Oh my god.
You guys following? You guys following? How's the audio?
Whoever fought for women to get jobs.
Big mistake. Big mistake. She's obviously, it's a skit, I think. It's obviously a skit. Feminism is over, says Ogden Bell. And with that video, ladies and gentlemen, we can now say feminism is over.
Raise the rank of all single mothers.
It's over.
Raise the rank of all single mothers.
Okay. Ugly crier. But it's funny, it's silly. But this has started a conversation on the whole women working thing, okay? And I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was interesting. It's like, who fought for this? Who did fight for this, huh? Who fought for this? I shouldn't be signaling that as if I know. I feel like I make these jokes. I make these signaling jokes to. I like signal the JQ and jokes, and it's a little disingenuous because I don't know it that much. See, so it's like I'm dog whistling something I don't know that much. So it makes it sound like I'm someone I'm not. But anyways, I appreciate everybody talking about that stuff. I you know, whatever. Anyways, where was I? Women working, okay? Women's working. Women in the workforce. Who did this to us? The Federal Reserve, says Ogden Bell. Corporate overlords. You know what? I've heard a bunch of this, and it's true. Okay, but women too. Women fought for this. Okay, suffrage. Okay, they did terrorist acts to get this going on. Women in the workforce, which has been a net negative. Honestly, for the family, for the country, it has been a net negative. Just look at how out of control women are. People don't even believe in the order of God. Okay, women are ruling, and it's a mess. Okay, literally, we're talking. What is it? Like literally women raise killers and drug dealers. Literally, they're like literally doing that en masse. And so it's been a net negative. Feminism in the workforce. And I've heard Hake Report do an awesome segment on this, talking about how, honestly though, with two people working in the house, now you have two taxable incomes, okay? And who does that benefit, okay? People, the government, and people levying these taxes. It's helped them more than anything. And yet, even though there's more money in the household, costs, wages have stayed the same, but costs go up. Inflation goes up. Yet wages have stayed, generally they've stayed kind of flat instead of rising with inflation and costs. This is all stats I'm getting from, what's that thing, Fred? Which is has been taking these economic stats in America for a while. Fred. I just want to give you the Federal Reserve economic data. Okay, so you can look this stuff up yourself. What is the cure, says Yes Gunner? Men are the cure. Men are the cure. okay? Because even men like Michael B. Jordan, okay? This is an actor, okay? This is Michael B. Jordan, okay? And even this guy, okay, famous, super famous, you know, magazines say he's like the most beautiful man in the world. Some magazines say or whatever. He's got money, and even this guy, his girlfriend splits from him, essentially because career stuff, okay? Career gripes. Her focusing more on her career, on wanting to grow. If that wasn't enough gossip, by the way, I just realized. But hey, even this guy, okay? My point is, this whole women in the workforce has been a net negative for the family, okay? And it's crazy because most working women, career-driven women, once they have children, it's amazing. You look at these stats, okay? We got some hard stats behind this. You look at majority of women actually go, once they have kids, like they're these career women, right? And we're talking about career women, working women. Those that do follow that path and end up marrying and having children, they end up leaving the job. They leave the job and they stay at home. Think about that. So it's like, oh, you want your cake. You want it all. You want the money. You want the money and the career and the liberty and the freedom. But you also want to go back to your basic instincts when it's convenient. It's like reality. They're trying to like, it's funny how people go against kind of reality, but nature and the world kind of happens somewhat as nature intended, as God intended anyways. You know what I mean? Somehow water finds its level. You feel me? So it's just crazy. So women in the workforce has been a mess. It came about with suffrage in the 19th and 20th century, along with women getting the vote. Okay, there's been Marxist communist influence in that space for years, decades. We're talking about Marxist influence in the churches. Okay, this was even in Uncle Tom. If you haven't seen Uncle Tom 2, Marxist influence in the churches, pushing feminism and you know, like race stuff. Okay, it's incredible. But that's what we're up against. And you guys saw, if you guys didn't, you should catch it. Kaylee Treller, I forget her name. She was on the Fallen State today. She is this woman who we had as a guest, right? Fallen State had as a guest. And she went on with Jesse, and she is, she's like, I forget exactly what she is, but she's basically a conservative Christian, she says. I love that Fallen State gave her the title Christian feminist, which is an oxymoron. She may call herself that, by the way, so, to be fair, and I don't know. I forget the interview, but she may call herself that, but that's the title on the Fallen State, Christian feminist. Kaylee Triller Harms joins Jesse, and it's let me tell you right now, that is a total oxymoron, Christian feminist. Oh, but no, Nick, it's the difference between first wave and third wave feminism. No, all the waves suck. No, all the waves are bad. Okay. But it's amazing how she came on Jesse's show on Fallen State, and I love Jesse's Socratic questioning, and it's without any agenda that always reveals people. She came on as this Christian conservative woman fighting for basically the rights of women's advocate, contributor to the Federalist, and co-founder of the Hands Across the Aisle Women's Coalition, to bringing attention to like abuse and stuff like that. And she reveals herself to be a total liberal. A total feminist, nothing at all, really, in my opinion, no different, except that she, you know, she has a different political leaning. She supports Trump. She'll vote this way. But honestly, ultimately, a liberal, a feminist liberal who doesn't want to obey her husband, and, you know, it's like, oh, you support Trump and blah, 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 but that doesn't mean anything. You end up being a total liberal. It doesn't matter because why? Why? Because she hasn't forgiven. And we know this from the fact that she doesn't agree with the order. Okay. You have to, you know what I mean? You have to be against God if you don't, against the order and against God. If you're against the order of God, you can't, you know what I mean? You haven't forgiven. Anyways, my point being that the reason she is this, because she's a conservative and a Christian, but she's still a woman. I'm still a woman. And that's the problem with identity. Okay, and I've talked about this before. This is a very good example of what we talk about by identity. On Jesse's show, on my show, I've had donning armor and people call me, not understanding, like, well, you know, you have to have an identity. I'm a white person. I'm still going to fight for white people. That's the problem with white people today. They don't know they have a racial identity and they're being destroyed. This is the problem. Karen Williams says, dang, take a breath. I got information to give you. Trying to keep the energy up. We got a show. Listen. This is a perfect example of the identity thing. Because this woman is all with the truth, and I see your call. Thank you. I will get right to you in a moment here. This woman, hey caller, I got you on hold. Just hold on. This woman is basically, essentially, she's all for the truth up until it challenges her female identity. You see what I'm saying? She's a conservative Christian, but I'm still a woman. Am I still streaming, y'all? Test. Give me a one in the chat if let me know if anything's wrong with the stream. But this is my point here. Great example. I'm a woman. I'm a Christian conservative. I'm with the truth. I'm with God, but I'm still a woman. It's like black conservatives. It's like black conservatives. I'm a black conservative. I'm full on Trump. Nah, I'm not with that racism stuff. Heck no. But black people got to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, make it happen. You can still be, you're free in this country. You know, but hey, don't get it twisted though. I'm still black. It's like Tim Scott. Oh, I'm a black conservative. Oh, yeah, Trump's not racist. No, the Democrats are the real racists. Blah, 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 blah. But then he goes on the TV saying, yeah, driving while black. I've been driving while black. I've been stopped by police simply because I'm black. And you see what I'm saying here? It's always, I'm with the truth up until your identity. Anything that challenges your identity. And that's why you got to overcome identity. This is a perfect example of that. Oh, I'm a conservative and I'm with Trump and I'm with the truth, but I'm still black. Don't you get it twisted. What did he do for the black community? Yeah, but what's he doing for the black community? Exactly, TDS, LGBTQ, BLM. You see what I'm saying? It's a mess. It's a mess. That's why I love Jesse's thing on if you got anger, you're still a liberal.
Arms for women.
If you have anger, you're still a liberal. Thanks, caller. Let me get right to you. Let me unmute you. I have a caller on the air right now. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, yo, Nick. It's Levi. I'm just chilling from New York.
What's up, Levi? Is this your first time calling?
Yeah.
Right on. We appreciate your call. Go ahead.
Hey, yo, I gotta say first, you made me cringe hard as hell when you showed the fucking NPC meme. Like, bruh, I've seen enough of that throughout the internet trying to dodge all of that. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm turning my PC off and, I don't know, worked out or something. Like, come on.
Yeah, you gotta go to the Iron Paradise after watching that cringe.
Yeah, and like when you mentioned that Jesse should do that, yeah, no, bro, that won't
come
work.
on, Beta.
Nah,
Jesse
that won't work. That'd be annoying as hell. I'll tune out and be like, I'm going back to work. Nah.
Forgive your mother, Beta. Yeah, it'd be funny for maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes, maybe even less.
How about 30 seconds, or actually 10? Make it not so painful. you don't want to disturb Jesse's audience like that. So yeah, just dial it down a bit.
I think the joke wouldn't last too long. I agree with you on that. Definitely.
And the second clip that you show with the girl crying, I'll keep that answer really short and simple because everybody else said the answers with the corporals, feminism, and women voting for that shit, blah, blah, blah. I would say this, and I got this from a streamer when he was streaming from the stream, like, I think 2021, when we were talking about a topic like this, and he said, the only advice I would give to a woman is family first, career later. And to keep it detailed like that is that, you know, you find a man that would provide, start a family from there, and then when the kids grow up and they could like make their own, I don't know, sandwich in the kitchen, whatever, you could therefore, you know, do what you want to do as a career. You know, you're still a mother and all and stuff like that, but your kids are grown, you know, your husband is still doing his thing, and for you, since you got nothing else to do, you may as well just start off your career from there. So, I mean, that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, man. And I would take what you're saying. I don't disagree at all. And I would even take it a step further. I would, if a woman came up to me for advice on this topic, I would tell her, honestly, you just listen to your husband. Because imagine this for a second. Imagine this, where you're let's say you're a man who wants to be what you're describing, right? You're like, okay, I want to work so that my wife doesn't have to work and all that. But let's say you just, you know, you didn't realize, you didn't start working early enough to make it happen, and it just so happens that in your particular case, your wife, who hopefully you don't have kids with yet, has to work, okay? And let's say it's your wife is a Christian, and she starts judging you and starts getting mad. It's like, yeah, you're right. You're supposed to be a man, and I'm not supposed to be working. Instead, she should be understanding. You know what I mean? Because even in that situation, you can bring light. She should see, okay, well, clearly that's what he wants, and he doesn't want me to work because he wants to do things right, but, you know, we have to do certain things this way. If a woman didn't listen to her husband, she would end up judging him and going like, yeah, we're supposed to be Christian. I'm supposed to be at home. When she should just be listening to him.
Yeah, it's one of those circumstances. Yeah, I see what you're coming from. You know, just to add a little extra detail to that to my, you know, simple answer. So yeah.
Very base. And are you married by chance? I feel like I have spoken to you before.
Ooh, no, I'm flying solo. I'm more like grind now in my early 20s and shine, I don't know when, 7 or
totally, yeah.
10 years later, because right now I'm like trying to keep my life busy, be like, okay, working, you know, work and what do you do for like health-wise for a question? I don't know, like for example, well, I'm going to get into it anyway, like yoga and martial arts or whatever, and okay, what about skills? I don't know, working on cars. Well, I'm going to do that anyway, and maybe some other stuff, you know.
Gotcha.
Prestige right now, and I don't have to do it later and suffer the consequences. So I'm basically putting myself first and everything else, you know, and stuff like that.
I respect that, man, and that's a good, honestly, in general, that's a good kind of advice for most men, especially young men. That really, there's stages to life, okay? You don't want to be doing things out of order, and you need to build. You got to elevate yourself, and build yourself up. I mean, how are you gonna handle a woman and bring her into your world when you don't even have a world? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, make your own way, and things happen at the right time and stages. Be patient and work it out. It's a good point, man. You know, I respect that.
Yeah, and one of the main things I probably would add additional to that is like there's like some people that would like ask, I'm not gonna say specifically like, hey, when are you gonna have a girlfriend or thing? Well, not now, because like I'm busy. I don't really have any energy or time to give this girl or attention or whatever, because, you know, I'm busy, you know, making money or, you know, healthier lifestyle and stuff like that.
The right girl
And I
wouldn't
guess
even
for
mind if
people-
you, and the right girl wouldn't mind if you didn't give her that attention. She would see that you're on the path and that you want her beside you. You're on your path, and she would know. She would just know that, okay, he wants me there. I don't need the attention. I don't need this or that. Let him do his thing.
Yeah, and it's like, and I guess not to like jump all over the place. And it's like, and I guess for some people that are like, you know, hella religious, some people would be, I would say God over girls for what I've heard from some people. I mean, yeah, that
What do you
makes
think?
sense.
What do you think?
Well, of what that quote I just said?
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense to me. I mean, like, the woman is not your God. I mean...
Let's go. Right on. Shout out.
Yeah.
But listen, do you have any issues or trouble with women? Do you fear speaking to them? Do you have anything like that going on?
No, I'm just really oriented of, like, you know...
So you're unaffected when you're...
brand.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, unaffected.
When you're speaking to a
unaffected,
woman,
like
you're
what
not
you said.
affected. You don't get shy, nervous, or anything.
No,
Right
despite as an introvert, I don't get any of that or whatever.
Because it shouldn't be anyways, right? It's the easiest. It should be. It's like the easiest thing in the world if you realize a few things.
No. But it also depends on like what environment you're in and what community you're in and
They're
whatever.
just girls.
Not.
They're just women.
Yeah.
Easy to talk to.
But I'm not the type of person to go to a nightclub. No.
Yeah, and who goes to nightclubs anyways?
Low class people, trust me. But for the private lounges and stuff like that, that's where I would like to pull up. Not just for the girl stuff. Nah. I'm talking about like one-on-one network with associates. Yeah, that type of stuff that I would like to dive into. So
all right, Top G.
that'd be hot.
Out there networking with associates. Right on, man. Well,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. So.
Right on, man. Well, sir, is there anything else you want to talk about, or shall I move these wheels?
Yeah, move these wheels with that woman that you just showed with the phone state. Yeah, no, I would have hanged up the phone. Oh, you're this and that, and you're calling me this and that. Okay, have a nice day, lady. Bye. Just end the call. Just end it there.
Right on, man. Well, appreciate your call, and call me again, man.
Hey, yo, have a nice weekend, even though my weekend is already ruined with that meme, so thanks.
Gang. Yes.
Oh, no. Yeah. Good night. See you later. Bye.
Moving the wheels. Karen Williams says, speed up. Are you my co-pilot? Karen Williams, how do I get this plane to level out? Ooh, let me cheat. Maybe go to 44,000 feet. We're going to change our cruising altitude to something a little lower. Maybe it'll level out here. Still not sure why it's not quite leveling out how I want it to. But you might have been wrong. Thanks. I mean, you might have been right, Karen Williams. Thanks for that. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we should be leveling off here. You will notice, you should notice that we are leveling out, and you're not as reclined as you once were. What a mess. Great stuff. I got another call coming in. We'll get to that.
Nathan.
We'll get to that call here in a second. Thanks, Jordan the Knicker. Thank you for the super chat there. I think we have some more. Jordan the Nick. Oh, it's Yes Gunner. Yes Gunner with the first class super chat. Hey, caller, I'll get to you here in a moment. We have Yes Gunner with the first class super chat. Atheists are lost thinking about Christianity. Interesting. What do you mean by that? Carver531 says, Nick, check if you got a controller plugged in. How'd you know? Is it because we keep tilting up? Let me disconnect it. That might have fixed it. Thank you, Carver. Oh, dang. I think we leveled out instant. That might have been the controller. Who's Your Bear with the first class super chat says, play Gimme Chocolate by Baby Metal. Let's play that tune and get into some Baby Metal. What the heck is Baby Metal? Now I gotta lift my arm even higher to drink now. Don't worry, Rome. We got you. We got you, Rome. We got you. Okay. Let's see what else. We got more super chats here. Did I miss any Rumble? Oh, some Rumble rants. Amazing Camel Jockey with the Rumble rant says, I must say, Nick, grab Hassan and run. Save his soul from Hake's Ball Earth blasphemy. Amazing Camel Jockey might be a Ball Earth denier. Karen Williams with the first class super chats. Thank you, Karen. Everybody else, please come on down and enjoy your first class seat. Bottomless drinkies and snackies. And that is all for now, I believe. Thank you so much. Let me make sure. Nick, if we had to lose ballast, who would you sacrifice in the name of safety? Point Fire? Do you volunteer to be a tribute? Hey, stubborn one. It says JS Urban Adventures ended his stream, so I came to support everyone's favorite Mexican. Thanks, stubborn one and JS Urban Adventures. Check out his channel. I saw him once out there in the streets talking to some crowd. It was very interesting. What's up, dude? Jesus? Welcome back. I believe that's all the super chats for now. Hey, we got a party on Rumble. It's Ohio Sentinel Steve Strzok, the Hake Report. Thank you for keeping it going on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. If Nick switched to Rumble only, he could avoid the copyright strikes. I know, that's true, Steve Strzok. Check out Steve Strzok on Rumble as well. I saw one of his shorts the other day, and it's pretty interesting. That's STRACQ. Strzok. Let's see. We had an interesting guest today. We filmed the Fallen State today. It was cool. And it was. Let me give you guys the tease. I'm teasing it. For our core viewers who are watching me today, we had John Zerka on. We filmed a Fallen State episode with John Zerka. Fascinating. It was entertaining, but it was cool. And he respects Jesse a lot, and that's really cool to see. I've been seeing Jesse's influence and DNA out there in the world and the YouTubes and stuff. And I'm telling you guys, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong when I say someone is influenced by Jesse. I haven't been wrong yet. I just know it. I can see the spirit at work. And so that's cool. And so it was cool. It was cool talking. It was cool seeing the interview there with John Zerka. I got to ask him about some Dragon Ball Z stuff. I don't know if you guys know. Zerka's into Dragon Ball, just like your captain speaking, the American Anchorbaby. I asked him who he thought was a more masculine father, Vegeta or Goku. He said Vegeta. Beta. Vegeta's my guy, man. Vegeta's my guy. Vegeta's my glizza. But Vegeta is not. Vegeta's a beta to his wife. Vegeta is weak to Bulma. He gets mad at her. And she dominates him. Meanwhile, Goku doesn't give a. He doesn't care about Chi-Chi. He's always just leaving when he wants to and doing whatever he wants. And yet he is the best father and wife. He's literally the best husband ever. As a kid, he meets Chi-Chi as a kid. And he promises her to marry. He promises to marry her. She says, "Will you marry me?" And he says, "Yeah," thinking that marriage is food, not realizing what he said yes to. Years later, she meets Chi-Chi, and she's all mad because he didn't keep his promise, not realizing what she meant. As soon as she explains what it means, what does Goku do? He marries her because he promised. And he promised. So he marries Chi-Chi and he stays faithful. and he's the best. He's the most masculine. Anyways, Zerka baited for that one. What the heck are these Google images? What the heck are these Google images? We got dirty Google images. But yeah, speaking of cartoons, what do we got here? Oh, I might have moved on from the feminism a little too quick. Because there's this guy named Aaron Russo, and he has his opinion on where this all came from. We'll get into Aaron Russo in a minute here. Oh, dang, I also have a call, don't I? Caller, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Caller, your name, and where are you calling from, sir?
I'm Nathan from Illinois.
Nathan, how you been, man?
Been well, bro.
Thanks for your call.
How are you? Yeah, of course. Been doing this new job. I cracked a joke today in the office. I thought it was so funny, bro.
Hit me.
So my coworker was talking about how his dad like loves beer and he always has stuff on tap.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, my dad loves Miller Lite," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, my dad only drinks Bud Light." And I go, "I'm just kidding. My dad's dead." And everybody was like, "What the heck, dude?"
I love dark jokes. Just kidding. My dad's dead. I didn't expect it to go that direction. Very nice. That's actually a good one, man. That's some material. That's some material that you could write down.
Dude, I got some stuff, bro.
Hey, right on. Got some material.
Yeah.
You should. I mean, that one's a good one. That's a good one.
It's just like at the same time, it's like I feel like I could do. I know I could do better things than stand-up comedy with my life. Like make a greater impact than just making people laugh about silly distractions.
Wasn't the jester the truth teller?
Certainly, to an extent. I mean, that's a valid point.
You know what I mean? It's the jester who says the truth. Yes, it's comedy, but the funniest jokes are the true. It's funny because it's true. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Right.
And the truth is exciting and entertaining. It can be.
And edgy too.
Absolutely.
Well.
Think about it.
Yeah. That's what you guys do over at JLP a little bit.
Yes, big time. Think about it, man. Because I like that one too. I didn't expect it to go down that way. I thought I was gonna go trans, but no, he's just dead. Nice, man.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, bro. I've just been having fun with this job, bro. It's
new job.
Yeah, it's the sales.
That's
sales,
right.
Yeah.
And you heard the sales advice and all that. How's
That's
that
right.
going, man?
Dude, it's going well. It's very high pressure, but like I remember when I first started, I heard the thoughts in my head. It's like, you can't do this. You can't do this. It's like, oh, you bastard, Satan. I know what you're up to.
You little rascal. You little rascal, deceiving me into the to destroy my life.
Slowed down. I'm just like, you know what? Like, I can do this. Like, the only thing that's stopping me is my mind.
Yep.
And it's just like no second guessing, just learning, growing, and that's just the attitude to have with all my life.
Deep, man. I love it. Keep it up. And the fire should just forge you even better. You know what I mean?
Facts, bro.
That's cool,
Facts.
man. I can imagine a lot of people would like. You know, it's an interesting position to be in because you're forced to adapt and grow, and that's just awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting, even though excitement isn't the best because it leads to, But I enjoy it.
Right on, man.
That's all I got, bro. I just
wish
wanted
you
to tell
well
you
in that, man, and then call me again. Keep it up.
Of course, bro.
Appreciate
You as well.
the support. Take care. Moving the wheels. You can call in 760-515-3855 if you wish to call in. We got a couple of things in the queue in the docket here. We're gonna play this Aaron Russo video talking about what he believes is the creation of feminism and how it got promoted. Okay, some of you already know the clip I'm teasing. I don't really know much about him, so you guys gotta let me know what you guys think. Is this guy a hack? Who's this guy? Aaron Russo. We'll play that clip here in a moment. I also mentioned cartoons and the very based Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball in general, and Goku, who, by the way, is a representation of the true Christian archetype. Did you know that? Yes. Goku is a true Christian. He's also pretty base, pretty alpha. Speaking about cartoons, though, anybody ever watch Dexter's Lab? Dexter's Laboratory? Come on. You guys know what I'm talking about. Dexter's Lab. Didi, get out of my laboratory. I came across this clip. It reminded me of one of these old episodes I saw as a kid. Digimon literally has angels. Ugh. I'm sorry. Digimon, go watch that degenerate stuff somewhere else. My kids aren't even gonna go to school. They're just gonna watch Dragon Ball and have a loving mother and father. I have a caller, in fact. I'll get to my little Dexter's Laboratory thing here in a moment. Caller, you're on the air. Your name and where are you calling from?
Josh from Utah.
Josh from Utah. Thanks for your call. Go ahead.
What's up, Nick?
How you doing, man?
I'm chilling. I heard you playing the Dragon Ball music. I got a little hype.
You gotta be hype when you hear the Dragon Ball.
Yeah, I was about to go Super Saiyan.
Let's go. You gotta play the Bruce Falconer version too.
Oh yeah.
Right on, man.
Yep.
How you doing, Friday?
Goku's definitely more alpha than Vegeta.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vegeta's my guy though. Like seriously, but I gotta say, he's got anger. He's beta. That's the only thing holding him back.
Yep. And Goku fell on his head.
His anger.
Goku fell on his head as a child. He's not a high IQ man. He's a simple man.
Thank you. So true, man. So true. He's simple and he's like a child. And didn't Christ say, be ye like children?
Yep. Vegeta has a cooler character arc
for sure
through the show.
Absolutely. But his arc and character wouldn't make sense if it wasn't in the shadow and context of Goku. Goku stays the same. Right. You could call it boring, but Vegeta's story is made even more interesting only in context when it's juxtaposed against Goku.
The true beta is Piccolo because he's just a male babysitter throughout the entire series.
Piccolo, who's the black character technically. He stuck around. They say Piccolo is like black for some reason. The black people identify with Piccolo. I don't know if anyone knows what we're talking about here, but come on, you guys know Dragon Ball. Let's be real.
Well, no. Did you hear about when it was like Funimation acquired Dragon Ball Z Kai? Okay. They changed Mr. Popo from black to blue.
No way. Did they really? Dragon Ball Z Kai chat is basically the remake. So they tried to modernize it and freshen it up.
Yeah, and for the Saturday morning cartoons, they didn't want to have. I don't know if you can pull it up on stream, but Mr. Popo, Mr. Popo was black. And they made him blue.
No way. Okay, I don't know if you heard me do this segment once, but I was talking about the creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama, and how they basically tried to cancel him. Did you know they tried to cancel him a couple years ago? Not even that long ago. They were saying that he never shows black characters in his show, and then when he does show black characters, they're ridiculous looking, like Mr. Popo, who I have on screen right now. And they say that this is a caricature of black people. And
it's actually I don't even know if that was real, because I did hear about that, but
about the canceling thing.
Was that like a serious thing, or was that a meme?
Yeah, no, that they tried to cancel Akira Toriyama.
Yeah, because Japanese art really doesn't.
Let me. Which part are you incredulous about? Because I have on screen right now an image of this is not Mr. Popo. This is a different character on the show, and this looks like a black character. Like it's like an African looking person with like jungle stuff.
He looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger but black.
Do you see this? Are you seeing it right now?
I'm not looking at what you're looking at, but I think I know what you're talking about. One of the Red Ribbon Army guys.
Yes, and I have exactly. I have on screen the article here, Toriyama under fire for inappropriate representation of black characters. Yeah, they really did try to go after him for this.
Okay.
This was in 2022.
Yeah, but you can't hit somebody in Japan with that.
So
they don't
true.
play that mess.
And you know what Akira Toriyama said? He was pretty based. He said, this is a show made by Japanese people for Japanese people. So you can take that mess somewhere else.
Right. Yeah.
Is he wrong?
No.
It's pretty based. Here's the thing nobody talks about, though, not about Dragon Ball. Nobody talks about the racial overtones of it's like a racial struggle. Think about Frieza versus the Saiyans and trying to genocide the whole Saiyan race. It's a racial struggle. He's the supreme race, the Frieza race, the alien.
Mm-hmm. And he was also said a lot of racial slurs by now today's slanders.
He calls
today's standards.
He calls them monkeys.
Yeah, he called them and now Frieza is Black Frieza.
I heard. There's a black Frieza. Frieza has a black form now, right?
Are you keeping up? Are you keeping up with the lore?
I'm not. I kind of dropped off. I saw some Super, but whatever.
So Goku is Ultra Instinct, and Vegeta is Ultra Ego.
I know about this. Go on.
And Frieza is black.
but the Ultra Instinct versus Ultra Ego. This is proving what I've been saying.
It's like Angel and Destroyer. It's Goku is the angel who doesn't care and it's just natural reaction.
Yeah.
And then
how do you go into
Vegeta is the internalize your anger and turn it into rage, right. and that makes you the destroyer. It makes you the opposite side.
How do you achieve Ultra Instinct?
By being at peace.
Exactly. You have to have no thoughts. I'm telling you, he's a Christian.
Yes, Goku. Well, I don't want to shout out, but Geekdom 101 is a huge channel, and he did a whole video about Goku as an alpha.
Really? What's the video? What's the channel?
It's Geekdom 101. It's a Dragon Ball channel. It's a huge Dragon Ball channel.
Geekdom?
Yeah. Geekdom 101.
Dude, that's funny, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Goku is Alpha, Geekdom 101. Right on, man. Thanks for turning me onto the video.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting watch.
Appreciate your call, man. Is there anything else you want to talk about, or shall we move the wheels?
I was gonna bring up. You talked about Tupac earlier in the week on your show. Tupac has a college course taught about him.
What are you saying?
Yeah, in California.
Explain.
He's got a poetry book called "The Rose That Grew from Concrete." It's a very feminine book. It's a very
rose that grew from concrete. Wow.
Yeah.
Can you go into a little bit of detail here? I'm still a little confused. What do you mean by course?
It's just a poetry book from Tupac, but it's kind of interesting because it has his handwriting, writing the poems. It has pictures of photocopied of his handwriting of the poem, and then it has it printed out. He didn't use words a lot of times. He used symbols and letter, and instead of saying I, he would draw an eyeball. Mm. And he wrote in symbols, but yeah, a lot of lovey-dovey poems, a lot of stuff about his mama and Jada Pinkett Smith.
Oh, true. I gotcha.
But yeah, they got a college course. I don't know what the course is called, but it's in some California college. I think in the Green Triangle, that heavy pot area.
Oh, true. What a mess. I mean, whatever. It's modern schooling. What does it even mean? Maybe it's a poetry class, basically. So
I think the class isn't just dedicated to his poetry. It's all about him.
I heard he was like a drama kid, like a theater kid in school. So I
He's
guess
in drama and dance, and he did ballet. They got pictures of him in leotards and stuff.
So his legacy continues. He's getting more people in school into poetry and drama.
Yeah, and I respect his craft because as far as hip hop and rap music goes, he at some points they said he was recording 5 songs a day. So he was dedicated to his work, but he was also playing a character.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think I don't know, hip hop music in general is not good.
It's definitely
I'm a hip hop head, and
now.
Yeah.
It's like, and the thing about it is that it's so dark. It's so dark, but yet it is the prevailing culture. Everyone is a little bit black, a little bit hip hop. Everyone has a little bit of the slang, a little bit of the effect is very wide scope, wide range here of people affected by it, by the culture.
But they'll call out some small town Jason Aldean.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I haven't even listened to the track yet, but I'm understanding.
That's a big little deal right now. A lot of people reacting to it and stuff.
And really showing how much people hate order, peace, and white people. Because
most of the reaction channels won't.
Am I wrong?
They won't touch on the race. They'll say they're going after wokeism and riots and stuff. No, it's about the race. It's about the white man rapping about. They think it's racist.
Let's do this real quick for the chat. Am I wrong in this summary here? Basically, a country artist put out a song called what's it called again? Small Town.
I think it's just called Small Town. Or Try That in a Small Town.
And try that in a small town. Essentially, the message is like, the crime in the inner cities and stuff going on. It's like, try that over here. Is that a fair summary of the music, of the song's message? And people are calling that a call to violence. It's like, it's extremist, essentially criticizing the notion that you'd want to protect your small town and not like, what am I?
Right.
Am I getting anything wrong here?
No, they're saying in the video he recorded it in front of a courthouse where people got lynched, but I think people got lynched probably everywhere.
Right.
At some point,
history is fake, right? Because the notion is we're taught they just plucked these poor black people out of nowhere just to lynch them. When it turns out, there was a dispute. It wasn't just out of nowhere. Okay, some of these people were accused of some pretty heinous crimes.
Yeah. I think it's a song promoting good values, and they're all about socialism and communism. That's communism right there. Decent communism is protecting your own.
Mm-hmm.
But the hip hop's been turning men feminine. I always talk about how they got a different outfit and a pair of shoes and a pair of jewelry for every occasion, for every day.
You know what? You're so right. Think about this. You know who Lil Uzi Vert is? Lucifer, right? That's basically what his name is alluding to.
Lil Uzi Vert.
Lil Uzi Vert, and he
got the diamond put in his forehead.
Yes, and I'll show images on the screen. Lil Uzi Vert, if you say it fast, Lucifer, right? He admits that. Anyways, the point is, he's a rapper, and why am I bringing him up? Because we're talking about the feminine influence of hip hop right now. You got to consider this for a second. We are what month? We are July. Okay, we're July 2020.
White History Month.
White History Month. And
shout out White History Month.
Yeah, let's go. Come on, White History Month, big time. I love saying that to people. It's the best. But hip hop hasn't had a top banger album of the year yet. Oh, they recently just did, and it was Lil Uzi Vert's Pink Tape. Okay, it's his latest album. And he's basically talking about, he's alluding to like they, them pronouns and stuff like that. This is your banger of the year. This is your hip hop chart topper, which is so late already in the year. And it's about it's some guy confused about what he is. What's going on here? What's going on, hip hop?
Yeah. Did you play the clip? It might've been you that I saw that on, where he said, he's standing on stage and he's like, I've been telling y'all the message, but you haven't got the message yet. Was that you who played that? Somebody else I was watching, maybe.
That was Lil Uzi Vert? No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, Lil Uzi Vert's on stage, and he's like, I've been telling y'all what the message means, and it's a song about Satan. And he's like, but you don't get it. I've been putting it in your face, and you still don't get it. You ask me what the song's about.
Interesting. No, I haven't seen that. You got to send that to me or something. I'll look it up. But
I'll
yeah,
have to find it.
That's the hip-hop influence right now. You're so right.
Yep.
Right on, man.
All right, man. Good show.
Move the wheels.
Yep, move the wheels.
Appreciate it.
Land
sir.
that plane.
Thank you, sir. And call me again. Nice. You can call in 760-515-3855. We're in the cockpit, and we're flying fine. What can I say? We're level. Everything's going beautifully. It's a night sky right now. The twilight is behind us on the curved earth. I'm pretty much a ball-tard, y'all. Let's be real. But I don't think this is accurate. I think this curve is added in virtual reality, in the virtual world, because, some pretty smart NASA people, they told me that you can't see curve until you're up past 100,000 feet. Mathematically, you wouldn't be able to see it. And we're only 44,000 feet. So I don't know, y'all. I think they added in this curve. And NASA says differently. But I'm pretty much a ball-tard. I grew up a ball-tard. Don't judge me. I went to school, and that's what they taught me. That's what they showed me. Don't get mad at me. That's how I grew up. I ain't never seen the Earth. Okay, I'll leave it as an I don't know, but I'm pretty much a ball-tard. Don't call yourself a ball-tard, says amazing camel jockey. Right on. Big globe, hard at work on the psyop. But I'm giving you guys a point. I'm telling you this virtual curve in the game, I think it's added in. Because NASA says otherwise. NASA says otherwise. Okay. Where were we? Oh, dang, even more calls. Dang. Well, let's just keep the calls going. Then we'll play this clip here in a moment. Caller, you're on the air, your name, and where are you calling from?
Oh, my God, Nick, it's me, Karen Williams. Can you hear me?
Karen, no way. Thanks for your call. I don't think I've ever heard your voice. Have you ever called the Jesse?
You heard my voice because
No,
I called JLP and you answered the phone, and I found it too sexy, and then you hung up on me.
Welcome, Karen Williams. We got a lovely flight attendant in there. Are you still working? Are you still on the job or?
Oh goodness, I'm on the job. I'm loving it. I'm helping people. You want to know where I work at?
Where do you work?
I work for the government.
Oh, you're talking about for
real? I work for the Department of Human Resources. Yes.
Okay, right on.
And you want me to work I'm working as a flight attendant too. Yeah, of
correct.
Course. I'll serve the drinks. I have my nightie on serving drinks.
Welcome, Karen. I appreciate your call. How you doing?
It's good to hear your voice. You sound the same way.
Thank you. How's your Friday going?
It's good to hear your voice. Can you please It's going good, and then I'm speaking with you. Can you do me a favor?
Tell me. I'll see if I can.
Can you take your shirt off?
I see you in the chat putting that. Karen Williams is she's always a little spicy in the chat, looking for a little
Go ahead,
extra
take that
action.
shirt off.
Sorry, Karen Williams, you're gonna have to buy the OnlyFans for that.
Oh man, I hope Hake is not getting jealous right now because
you're always looking for the spicy content, like as if we had an OnlyFans. You know we're against that.
Yes,
right, we're against the OnlyFans.
No, I know you're against it, but I'm a female and I'm black and I'm American. I'm slow. You know, I can't get with all that.
Right on. Hey,
I need to have some fun with you guys. You guys are too serious about all this political crap and everything. Let me ask you a question.
Right on. Hey, don't be so serious.
Yeah, calm down. You know, have some fun. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you drink and do drugs. You know, it's okay.
Well, don't judge yourself. But what do you
I have a question for you, though.
You might want to examine yourself.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
I am examining myself. Heaven is working on me. Believe me. Believe me. I am drinking right now. I ain't gonna lie. I got some Puerto Rican white rum here. I can't believe it's Puerto Rican and white, but I got it here right now.
Somehow.
But a serious question.
Okay, hit me.
What do you think about interracial relationships? Because I'm black, brown, slow, American, and I do have feelings for an Hispanic man who I know I can have, shouldn't be with. But what do you think about interracial relationships?
Well, honestly, I don't think much of them. I really don't care too much. That's honestly
You're against it?
Sincere. No, it's not that I'm against it. I really like how Jesse puts it. He doesn't say he's against it, but he understands why it happens. And honestly, the reason it happens is because of what you're describing. You're saying you know this. You said Hispanic man that you know you can have, and what did you say? Didn't you just say that you felt something?
No, I cannot have.
Oh,
I cannot have him. I can't be with him. I shouldn't want him. But there's something about this man that's just like magnificent. And it draws me, his magnificence of being that kind of man draws me to him, makes me want to submit to him, makes me want to do what a woman should do for a man. And then I have to have all these barriers and blockers like obey and submit and take care of, and I'm all for that. And just whatever he says and follow him. And follow him. He's the man. He's the head. He's the provider. He's the strength. He's the love. All of what Jesse says, I do believe in because it is true. But it's like you gotta think about the color of his skin, his language, his family, what everybody else has to think about. And it's crazy that you can't have true feelings for someone that amazing because of all of those evil things other people got to put into it.
It really is just the feelings. Really, that's the only thing here. That's the only thing. And people, this is why I don't have an issue with like race mixing. Okay, I don't have a personal issue, and I like how Jesse puts it. He understands why it happens, and why it happens is what you're describing. The feelings. Again, personally, I mean, look at me. I'm people's. I mean, I'll look it, but I mean, I'm a mix. I'm like Cuban, Colombian, like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like logically thinking, it's like, aren't we all like a bit mixed or whatever? And so my point from that is just simply not to have so much of a hang up about it. But you got to understand something here. You got to understand that why feelings and let's be real, lust and all that, that's what's going to cause you to get into it with a guy anyways. And why would you
It's not just
willingly
that. I want to serve him. If I were to see him with the woman he's with treating him bad, I would want to kill her. Like, listen, he deserves better than that. You need to serve him. You need to obey him. You need to pamper to him, cater to him. And if it's just that those type of men does exist, and they always go for the kind of women who don't respect them, don't appreciate them, and it's just saddening that all of this other stuff come in, and especially the color or the race or the language or whatever, and it's like in the family members, like, oh my goodness, like you're with a woman who don't love you, who don't respect you, don't cook for you, don't clean for you, just like Jesse says. Why would a man want a woman? She don't cook, she don't clean, she don't respect you.
If that guy's gonna be foolish enough to stay with someone like that, that shouldn't bother you.
No, it doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that I know I can do better than she can for him.
You're getting competitive.
Like, what he deserves. Yes, what he needs. I am a female. Yes. What he needs. I see a female treating a good man bad, and I'm all for, like, listen, get rid of her and come over here and experience something good.
Come over here. The water's better over here. Are you getting competitive, Gary?
Not necessarily that, Nick. Not necessarily that. Just what you deserve. Just for being a man, especially a good man.
I appreciate what you're saying too.
Not necessarily competitive, because, like, okay, if he loves her and she loves him, I see nothing wrong. But if he loves her and taking care of her, and she's just unappreciative and just downright vain and controlling and narcissistic, because women can be narcissistic, worse than men. So vain and so controlling. It is disgusting. I am a female. I'm telling you that. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. And I see a lot of men who are with women who don't deserve him. She doesn't deserve you. But the way she looked, the color of her skin, the length of her hair, how good she can give a BJ. Excuse my language.
Whoa.
That should not. I said BJ.
No.
I said BJ.
No. No. Put that. Don't like those kinds of things. Don't
I'm sorry.
Don't like deny them or try and think
But
about.
that's what
I'm trying to say is try not to give that kind of stuff too much thought. Okay, let things be a little bit more natural. But what was I gonna say?
It's hard to see a good man with a bad woman, and I know I can do better for him. And then like Jesse says, I can't feel like, my ego can't make me feel and think, hey, I could do better for him.
Right,
because that's what he's settling for. That's what he wants. That's what he's giving his all to. So I got to stand back, put my guard down, and stay out of his life, stay out of her life, and move on with mine. But it's so hard. It hurts to see someone so good be treated so bad.
That's your own thing to pay attention to. But I appreciate what you're saying, mostly because women got to hear this, that there are women who believe and feel this way and want to obey and realize and know that that's a good thing and that's how it should be. So I appreciate you saying this. Personally speaking, on the race mixing, I don't really care. I think in most cases people get into it out of lust and not for the right reasons. That being said, the world continues and people mix and people will do what they do. I was created probably my ancestors were probably Spanish conquistadors who came to Latin America and made a baby with the indigenous population. That's probably how I came about. So, it's like, I don't really care either way. I think if people weren't so into lust and stuff, they probably wouldn't race mix. They would probably avoid that. But again, no personal issue. And thanks for what you're saying on obeying and all that. I appreciate what you're saying about that.
Yes, I believe in the order of heaven. Yes, I do.
Right on, Karen. I appreciate
that. I do
that.
believe in the order of heaven, and men are the strength of everything, and women need to bow down. I'm telling any man out there, if you get a woman or any female, doesn't matter what color she is, what she looks like, where she comes from, what languages she speaks, if she cannot bow down to you as a woman to a man, you need to run. She will never love you. She will never respect you. Jesse knows what he's talking about. Get it together, man. You keep your strength. You keep your manhood. Nothing else matters.
Right on, Karen. Well, thanks for that. Seriously. Anything else? Would you like to talk about anything else, or shall we move those?
No, just one last thing. Last thing. Please, can you never played the guitar for me.
Oh, yeah.
That song you said that you play with the guitar, you never played it. Can you please play it, and please play it with your shirt off? I will appreciate that.
Karen Williams with the support. Thank you, Karen Williams. Call me again. We'll see if we can do a little solo over Chick Corea's Spain here in a moment. I'll see if I can.
Alrighty, don't crash.
I'm gonna keep the shirt on though.
Bye.
Karen. Appreciate your call. Take care.
All right. Heaven blessings. Bye.
Bye now. That's that influence, fellas. No, I'm joking. Hey, let's see. What do we got next? We're in the cockpit. Shall we play some Spain, Chick Corea? Karen Williams asking nicely. We'll see if we can run the changes. Run the changes on Play Your Little Guitar Blouseless. Let's see if we can run those changes on Chick Corea's Spain. Nice little jazz tune there. But right now we're in the cockpit. We are still flying level, beautifully, at 44,000 feet in the air. How far away are we from our destination? Let us check. Whoa! Are we that close? No. We need to start descending now if that's true. Is that true? No way. Okay, we've begun our descent. How far are we? I think we're 80 nautical miles. I'm a little unsure. Your pilot is a little unsure, ladies and gentlemen, but do not be afraid. Just keep sipping yo drinkies.
and really, and you know, not be so stressed. I believe we're getting close, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna start our descent here. If I'm reading this computer right, we're 2 waypoints away from our destination. We'll be sure to watch this what's this video? Aaron something video. Aaron Russo video, maybe a little bit. We'll be sure to play Karen Williams her guitar a little bit here. But we have a landing to make, I believe. Alright, I do appreciate you guys being with me today. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. Just kick back and relax as I grab the guitar, and we still have more show. No complaint, no worries, right? No worries. Again, hope you're enjoying the show. Just kick back and relax a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, anytime we do these kinds of dives, it doesn't always end up too well. Please hold onto your seats. Dive, dive, dive. Okay. Hold on, passengers. Oh no. I'm taking off autopilot. We're diving for it. We're diving for it. Hold on. Seatbelts on, folks. I know it's crazy. Hold on, folks. I know the plane is shaking like crazy, but we're about to level out here. Okay. Pull up. I do believe I see the airport in the distance. Turn on our autopilot yet again. Overspeed. Ooh, we dipped below the altitude we wanted to. Autopilot on. Beautiful. All right, y'all. Drop the like on the stream if you've been enjoying the show. All right. Smash that like. Landing gear down. Seems to be looking nice, looking good. What's up, Court? How you doing? What's up, Bolson? Is this your first time here? Oh no, something happened. Something's wrong. Where's the runway? We're spinning in place. Uh-oh, what's going on? Is that our runway right there? Chat. We might have to go just autopilot off. We're going manual, y'all. This is a mess. This is why you don't run a show from a plane. But we do it every Friday anyways. Bolson, if this is your first time here, this is how I run my show on Fridays. I'm a pilot. I'm a virtual pilot. And I bring you guys a show. But there's some difficulties. There's some difficulties with piloting a plane and trying to run a show. Yeah, we're not making that. We're not making that. We're going to have to go around. Start of the end. Some of you core viewers know this situation all too well. All right. Let's line up with our final here. Line up. Runway. We's gon' die, boss. We's gon' die. Could land us on the Vegas Strip. Okay. Let's attempt a final. Let's call it your final. This is your last turn. Let's attempt a final manually. Try and do this final totally visually and manually. Without instruments. Man, I'm not turning anymore. What's going on here? it on autopilot? What's going on? It's turning in ways I don't need it to. I'm literally turning the stick the other way. Is it autopilot? I'm getting airsick. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to make an emergency landing here. Buckle up. I keep losing control of this thing. Skynet Airlines. I'm flying this like Denzel Washington. All right, y'all, here we go. It's doing it again. I'm literally not turning that way. I'm not turning the plane this way. Doing that. Air, gear down. I didn't know you like to get wet. This is our attempt. This is our final attempt at landing. Here we go, y'all. Plane is not really responding. Come on, pull up. And we're touched the runway here. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived. KJFK, we're in New York. JFK International Airport. The local time is 11:08 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you check with your flight attendants, our lovely flight attendants, for your connecting flights. And as always, we do appreciate your patronage here on Next Stream on Anchorbaby Airlines. Make sure that when you're taking out your luggage from the overhead compartments that you do check before you do so, as they may have shifted during flight. Obviously, we were never worried. Who was ever worried? You guys didn't think I could do it, huh? But we have arrived, New York, local time 11:08 p.m. We do appreciate your continued patronage here, as we know you have many options to fly. But you flew Next Stream. I was never worried. Right on, y'all. Amazing flight. Thank you, Pete Wilkins. All right, y'all. See ya, Jeff. Appreciate it. We did it, y'all. All right, y'all. Well, that's the flight. That was the flight. I said we were going to watch this video. I got some more time with you guys. So let's watch some of this footage I set up. I teased it enough, you know, let's at least watch some of this. Okay? Aaron Russo. Clip that's been going around on Twitter. Aaron Russo, American entertainment businessman, film producer, director. I don't know much about him. Political activist. I don't know the story. I don't know the significance of this guy. But he's discussing in this clip from, it must be from years ago, on the Rockefeller family and their promotion of modern feminism. Do you guys know about this at all? Can anyone tell me about this guy?
Well, one of the things they told me was that he was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, you know? And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded Women's Lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He says, there were two primary reasons. And they were, one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before Women's Lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up the family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for Women's Lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble venture.
Aaron, did you know that Gloria Steinem, in one of her own books, now admits the CIA funded Miss Magazine?
No, I had no idea about that. No, I never heard that.
Yeah, we're going to...
CIA funded Miss Magazine?
Funded Miss Magazine with the stated goal of taxing women and breaking up the family.
Alex Jones, shout out Alex Jones, the legend. We got Women's Lib. It looks like a legend. It looks almost legendary. This is apparently, shout out to Big Bump in the chat, man, who's been telling me the name of this. This is apparently a film. Okay, I'm going to read what Big Bump wrote in the chat. He says, director for Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. He produced a film called Freedom to Fascism in 2007. Very cool. Thanks, Big Bump, for the info there. Freedom to Fascism, huh? Very cool. Directed by Aaron Russo. Fascinating stuff. I might have to watch it. And get into it, because on this little bit I watched, it seems pretty fascinating. Looks like they have articles and you know, they got receipts. It might be interesting. So, Freedom to Fascism. Very interesting. Thanks for that, Big Bump. Very cool. Bolson in the chat is a new name. Are you informed about the J question? What are you talking about? Jesuits? The Jesuit question? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course, I'm playing. I'm not. It's a must watch. Says Big Bump. Hey, thank you for that, Big Bump. On the JQ, I'm not informed about that. Okay, I've heard some things, and for example, I've heard some stuff about the Talmud. Okay, I don't know how many. I don't know if it's this book that's followed that significantly by Jews in America to a significant degree. There's things that I'm unclear about. But if it's true, what I hear that's in that book, in the Talmud, doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound very Christian to me. What else? I've heard from Kanye and that kind of stuff that there's a Jewish influence in the media and in music and all that. And that's like admitted by people that, that have an influence, and that there's large ownership by these people in those areas. I've heard some stuff. I'm informed somewhat, but I haven't done my homework. I don't know too much. I care about the heart and what Jesse talks about and hate, because honestly, I don't know if you guys recently saw Bolson. I guess I'm talking to Bolson. I don't know if you recently saw Tristan Tate. He came out and told people to stop blaming in life. Stop blaming the Jews for your inability to succeed in life. Honestly, I mainly align with that spirit. I'm not here denying the truth in some of this JQ stuff. I'm not, but I'm not the one out here talking about it. Okay, there's people doing that. I'm not knowledgeable, but I care about the heart and although Tristan may be a normie and not quite informed on the JQ stuff, and he may be getting some stuff wrong, that general spirit of don't blame is what I care about. The nerdy saying in chat saying blaming is beta. Blaming is beta. Okay? So don't blame and be intelligent and wise as serpents in what you say and do and how you operate in the world. Because there's evil in the world. Apparently you're an anti-Semite if you say certain things. That's crazy. It's like when they call you racist or when they call you white supremacist. It's a way to shut down conversation. I find that whole thing very weird, very wrong. So I don't know if I answered your question, Bolson, but that's pretty much where I'm at with that stuff. Just sincerely here. Right, guys. Aaron Russo, very nice. Freedom to fascism. Gonna check that out sometime. Let's see what else do we got here. As we wrap up the show here, I had all these little clips and stuff, but we took calls. I do appreciate all your calls today. You guys kept the show going. You guys rock. What else here? I mean, there's just random stuff here. Nukes. Did you hear nukes aren't real? Apparently nukes aren't real. There's conspiracies that nuclear and radiation, the whole thing is fake. Apparently, it's like, there's people who don't believe in that it's a big old hoax. The nuke hoax. You hear about this? Barbie and Oppenheimer. Those are movies that just came out, and that's the media and all that. People are saying, which one are you going to watch? You should watch both. Barbie versus Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer being about the nukes and all that. Maybe we could do that some other day. Get into some of this. The Carly thing. You hear about this Carly Russell thing? Apparently it's a hoax. This woman who got abducted. And just random stuff that we could leave for another day. Oh yeah, Dexter's Lab. I was talking about Dexter's Laboratory and Gendry. Gendry Tartakovsky. Genndy Tartakovsky. American, Russian-American animator and writer. The creator of Dexter's Lab. And I mentioned it earlier because I came across these clips of an old episode that totally brought back all the memories watching this as a kid. And it's this episode where there's this dad, okay? He is in the middle, and he's got this wife, here she is, and two kids. And he's like just trying to just the drudgery of daily life. He just goes to work, comes home to a nice wife, really a wife that's just cooking and just obeying, seems to be doing the right thing, and an angry teen who hates his dad. You guys remember this episode? You guys know what I'm talking about? Maybe you'll recognize it if I play it.
This family stinks.
Look, Daddy, we're playing jacks.
Oh yeah, no, this was in Dexter's Laboratory. This was Powerpuff Girls. I didn't really watch Powerpuff Girls as a kid.
I hate you. No one understands me. Leave me alone. That's right. You really took care of Mojo Jojo, huh?
You know, buddy, I really think that maybe we should talk about something.
Isn't this Dads in America today? Like, guys, come on. You have the authority in you.
Else.
Okay, Dad, let's talk about your amazing day. How many mustard jars did you fill?
The dad is basically a factory worker. He just fills mustard jars all day. Boring. His teen son hates him.
I hate you. All right, Dad.
And then I don't know. And then he snaps. The dad snaps and he says, "I'm done being lame. I'm done. And he snaps and he becomes a supervillain.
Does anyone want to play jacks after dinner?
Man, Dad, you're the coolest. I hate you.
I have a call coming in too. Hold on. I'll get to you. Hold on. Caller, I'll get to you.
You.
Just some classic stuff. But Genndy Tartakovsky, he's an interesting person, okay? He also created Samurai Jack. Do you guys know Samurai Jack? Here's some more of this guy. This is so classic when I saw this as a kid. Every day is the same.
You'll never guess what's for breakfast. Pancakes!
Just a bubbly, just
This family stinks.
nice wife, just... And then he turns into a villain. Anyways, Genndy, the animator and creator of this, is an interesting person. Genndy. Since we talked about cartoons today too, Dragon Ball and stuff, Genndy created Samurai Jack. Do you guys know Samurai Jack? Well, Samurai Jack went for like 4 seasons when we were kids, okay? And then years later, Genndy Tartakovsky revives Samurai Jack for a 5th season, and we're all much older at this point, okay? When did the fifth season of Samurai Jack, when did that come out? You guys remember Samurai Jack? Come on, you guys remember Samurai Jack? Samurai Jack, the story of a samurai, basically, and he is fighting the great evil Aku. And in the middle of his holy fight with this great evil demon spirit, this evil demon spirit sends him years, thousands of, like years into the future. And in this future, you know, it's just a weird, strange world. It's a strange future.
Long ago in a distant land, I, Aku, the shape-shifting master of darkness, unleashed an unspeakable evil, but
I've always loved this Aku voice. I'm the great Aku!
foolish samurai warrior.
The foolish samurai!
Wielding a magic sword, stepped forth to oppose me.
Like, what like, the voice acting. I'm sorry. Where do you find this?
Before the final blow was struck, I tore open a portal in time and flung him into the future, where my evil is law. Now the fool seeks to return to the past and undo the future that is Aku.
Gotta get back to the past, Samurai Jack. Gotta get back to the past, past and alright, Jack, 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 Jack. Gotta get back to the past and alright, Jack. Watch it. Gotta get back to the past and alright, Jack, 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 Jack.
Classic.
Jack, Jack, Jack. Watch it.
This was my favorite growing up.
Jack, 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 Jack.
Cartoon Network, Toonami, let's go. I was in Miami, basically. I was in Miami growing up in America as an anchor baby watching this. Well, 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎, whatever. He is, from what I can tell, he hasn't said anything about being a Christian or anything like that, I believe. I mean, he's an animator, let's be real. These animators, they're sometimes kind of perverted. What's up with, maybe, I don't know if it's modern animation. I never saw this in like, in Courage the Cowardly Dog, Dexter's Laboratory, Samurai Jack. I never remember seeing, I don't remember seeing gross innuendo in the animation. But now it seems like animation, there's always innuendos and phallic shapes and weird things, okay? And it seems like animators have been doing that for decades, putting in suggestive stuff, okay? So maybe he's a liberal, the creator of all this, Genndy, the Russian-American animator who created these shows. But there was a 5th season of Samurai Jack. I know this is silly, but whatever. I'm talking about what I want to talk about. And we're talking about Dragon Ball. Anyways, the 5th, did you guys know this? They came back with a 5th season, and in this 5th season, Samurai Jack destroys his anger. It's so deep. It's so deep. For those of us, anybody in the chat who remembers this. And there's some really interesting imagery and references in this final season where, you know, for example, Samurai Jack, he's talking into a flame, and in this flame is the voice of his father. And that's deep, right? The father influence and him speaking to his father through the fire, the Holy Spirit, okay? His father appears even like hung like on a cross, like not on a cross, but it looks hung like Jesus would be on a cross and all that, okay? And then there's this whole part where Samurai Jack has like fear and stuff, and he realizes he needs to go within and defeat his anger completely and destroy his anger. Let's see if I can even find it. And he has to defeat the evil Jack, his inner demon, which is anger. His inner demon, like literally, is the representation of anger.
Really? Yes, quite terrible. This tea has all the necessary ingredients, but it lacks the most important one: balance. I see why your path to the sword remains clouded.
This isn't the path? I don't understand. Then you must show me the way.
And you look like Jesus in season 5?
Hey, I cannot. It is not for me to show you your path.
That's fortune cookie nonsense.
Look, this is anger.
He knows where it is.
Isn't this Satan? Isn't this Satan?
Your path.
Tell you. Please, you must tell me.
That is something you must earn.
Earn? After everything we've done, everything we've been through? The death, the loss, the suffering. Who are you to deny us what is rightfully ours? Enough. We have lost the sword because of you.
Let's go.
I have kept us.
Let's go. Genndy listened to JLP and then made the season 5. Genndy, I'm calling it now. Genndy was watching JLP and said, you know what? I got to make a season 5.
It's alive. He's the one who has taken it from us. He knows where it is. No. I've let you consume me for far too long. You're in my way.
So true, nerdy saying.
You are the one who has kept the past hidden. Your anger, your frustration. You're a fool!
Oh, darn. Heads up, we've detected copyright audio. Ah, darn. Let's move on from this. I'm telling you guys, pretty based. Pretty based. Okay, that's my little cartoon thing. Thanks for letting me do that, y'all. Nukes are fake. Y'all are saying nukes are fake. You guys are for sure. You guys are sure of this. Some of you. Some of you are totally sure. Which movie are you guys watching? Barbie or Oppenheimer? Owen Benjamin.
Hiroshima,
you guys know Owen Benjamin? Owen Benjamin had a little bit of a spat with Cillian Murphy, the actor the actor for Peaky Blinders. You may know him in Peaky Blinders or something else. Cillian Murphy, the actor in Oppenheimer, I believe. Anyways, Owen Benjamin, you know Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin he spoke at one of the Jesse's men's conferences. Owen Benjamin, he's talking about this nuke stuff. Okay? I believe, but Owen Benjamin doesn't believe in nukes. And this is a position I've never heard before. It's kind of fascinating.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki now have millions of people living in them. There is no radiation fallout. It's not fucking real. Look at Oppenheimer.
He looked at me the wrong way.
The destroyer of worlds, Ōppengrabler.
It's not a good idea
Ōppengrabler.
to look at Tommy Shelby the wrong way.
It's not real.
When the flash hit you,
Yeah, totally. Shout out to the Bears. Shout out to Big Bear.
you could see the x-rays of your hands through your closed eyes.
The bombs have never been used since, and all they do is say, oh, now it's 1,000 Hiroshimas, 10,000 Hiroshimas. If you invade Israel, it'll be 50,000 million Hiroshimas. The seas will turn to blood.
What am I watching? I thought this would be Owen explaining why.
Ōppengrabler.
Okay, we got some bass Chad edits. Yeah, anybody know the position here? Because I've never heard this before. I heard this mentioned, I think, once by a friend a while ago. But what is the actual nuke thing? They're fake for real? What's the position? I don't really know it. Nukes aren't real, apparently. That's funny. What's up, Ozzy Gold? 1:31 p.m. over there. Nice. Where are you, Ozzy? We'll have to look into this and see if we can. Eddie Bravo says nukes are just big regular bombs. Interesting. Radiation dissipates in like 48 hours. Well, how do you guys know this? What are you guys talking about? He thinks they just used firebombs in Japan and made nukes up to scare people. Scientifically impossible, says Jabrail. I mean, I know I got smart people in the chat, and I know you guys aren't just hearing someone say it and believing it, right? You guys have your belief, and it might be connected to some facts and statistics. Maybe you guys could tell me. We did more damage with napalm than with nukes. Interesting. So wait, you're saying radiation isn't real? Like they're just bombs, they blow up and they cause damage, but this whole radiation thing is not real? Look up Galen Windsor eating uranium. Okay. Galen Windsor uranium. Okay. Galen Windsor. Who is this guy? I got a caller on the air, in fact. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Nick from Seattle.
Nick, how you been, man?
Hey, been well. How you been?
No complaints. All is well.
The show is
Planes
fire
landed
tonight, dude.
Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you.
The show is fire. All of your callers are completely burst. And I thought it was really, really funny when that subject of Jesse. Sorry, you know I'm a bike messenger. We're out here downtown in the heat of it all.
I hear it.
Out here in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, I hear it.
But dude, when you brought up that point about Jesse, beta, beta.
As an NPC.
Forgive your mother. Forgive your mother. Dude, that was. I know that your one caller was like, nah, he was hurt.
He was cringing
but I thought
hard.
that was hilarious.
It would be, it's
I just
comedy,
have a question
right?
for you tonight. A really quick one. Oh, it would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. Dude, what were you playing just a few minutes ago in the background? It was like some Age of Empires vibes, dude.
Oh, it was some music that you liked?
Yeah, man. In the background, just about like 10 minutes ago, dude.
Was it jazzy?
Like, it sounded like Age of Empires.
Oh, so it was more like, okay, I think I know what I was playing here. You said
yeah, it sounded like some Let's Go Build the Pyramids type ish.
Let me think. What was I playing here? I was playing Dragon Ball.
It was after the Dragon Ball.
Darn. It might have been. Oh man, I don't know how I could show you because we're in the middle of a call and you can't really hear what I'm playing.
Oh man,
But
yeah. Either way.
I think it might have been some soundtrack for a video game.
Okay,
You ever play the
okay.
.hack games?
Blood hack?
.hack.
.hack. No.
It's in PS2
But if
games.
it-
This is back in the day.
I was a GameCube Xbox kid. I never
Right
played.
on.
I never had a PS2.
.hack
But, okay.
soundtrack. If you look that up, you might be that one. I'm almost positive of it.
Let's go. Hey,
.hack
that's
soundtrack.
honestly, I really just wanted to ask you that and
Yeah.
just give you big up, sir. So I'll let you spin that wheel.
Are you in the chat? I'm gonna post 2 links of the possible
Righteous.
of the possible songs. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I follow the YouTube chat, but is there another? Is there like some exclusive chat that all the hitters are in?
The Rumble chat, maybe.
Oh, the Rumble chat, maybe. Rumble's such a pain in the neck to use.
It can be. It can be. But either way, I'll post it in the. I'll post some link in. I got 2 links for you. You might be able to find the songs buried that you were looking for in there.
You're the man. Bass. Karen was hilarious.
That was funny.
Thank you so much for doing God's work, brother.
Thank you for your calls, man, and call me again, Nick.
Later. Bye.
Nice, man. Thanks for showing the love. Okay, here's what I'm going to put in the chat. I don't know if you're listening. Okay, what kind of heathen played Xbox and GameCube but no PS2? Hey, remember PS2 graphics and all that? It was cool. Was it this song? Was it this? Whoa, hold on. Was it possibly this one? PS2 video game music? Was it this one? Are you in the chat? That PS2 game. The PS2. This is like the song when you're in the town and you're walking around and you're leveling up your character. You guys remember this game? .hack? Nope, not that. Oh no, that was it, huh? Skyjack in the chat says this is the song. All right, Skyjack, the song is it's called it's from the .hack game music OST. It's called Our Town Zero. Our Town Zero. Here's the link is in the chat. But yeah, let's go build those pyramids. Right on. Did my guy just dab to PS2 music? Heck yeah. This NPC music. Hey, we're nerding out today a little bit. It slaps. Okay, wait, you guys got to listen to this is the song when you were out in the field, okay, when you played a level. And I think this is one of the first games. Who, okay, the song, they had like a dynamic soundtrack, okay? So you were out and walking around in the level, and if things were calm, the song would be calm. But if you got into a fight, the song would turn a little bit more excited, but it would still be the same song, if you're following me here. It was one of the first games to do that. I remember as a kid I I love the soundtrack of this game. I just. Top 40? I'm rocking out, y'all. This is silly. What? This is when your character gets into a battle. This is when the music changes. Right here. Elevator music, instrumentals. I've always been into that kind of stuff. Like, you know, I'm just silly. Hey, I got a caller on the air. Your name and where are you calling from? Hey, caller, are you there?
Oh, my bad. What up, though, Nick?
What's up, Mr. Man? How you doing, man?
What's
out
a
of
good
Chicago.
word? Yes, sir. All day, Cheat Town.
Let's go. How you been, man?
That's how we do it, huh?
How you been, man?
I've been alright, man. How about you? How you been?
No complaints,
I know you've been
sir.
working like a chicken with no head. You even missed a couple of days, man. What's going on with that?
Hey, I'm trifling. What can I say sometimes? I know it's silly, but I should just show up. Sometimes I don't want to. I'll be honest, and it's totally beta. It's totally beta. But sometimes
No,
it's
it ain't beta, bro. Sometimes you need a break for yourself.
It's not even that. Here's the thing: is what's it called? People who what I'm trying to say is I have too much of a view of myself. I'm too self-involved, so I'm sometimes in my head thinking, no, my show if I don't have anything to talk about, I can't even do a show. It needs to be like
man.
this. When instead you should just show
your own
up.
worst critic.
Exactly. You should just show up.
Yeah.
Just show up and have a good
exactly.
attitude.
Look, we love it when you show up. It don't even matter if you got something to say, if you got nothing to say, bro. Like
exactly. Just show up. Have a good
don't be
attitude.
missing no days, bro. Unless you need a day off, then go ahead, take a day off. That's it.
Yeah, that's different. But
Right.
but guys, honestly, this is something I'm guilty of. Just show up, have a good attitude. It'll work out.
Yeah.
And some of the best shows are the ones where I have nothing, where I'm not planned and I'm just in the right, spirit and headspace.
You're freestyling,
Let's go.
when it's off the top, when it's off the dome.
Exactly.
That's a good day right there.
Exactly.
That's when you know you're a stream of consciousness and you're just doing exactly what you need to be doing at that moment.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that.
Look, we appreciate you when you, like I said, every single day, you're consistent. I ain't gonna say you're consistent, but you're here. When you show. You know what I'm trying to say? Huh?
Hey, fair enough, Mike. Thank you.
I ain't gonna blast you out like that, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
you get there.
That's love. That's love. That's love. Be honest.
But we look forward to seeing you every day,
sir.
man.
Yes, sir.
Come on, build that little rapport with us,
Thank you, sir. Our core viewership, you guys rock.
Yeah, the faithful few, right?
OGs forever.
Yes,
Once we're flying in the future, when we're flying 787s, I'll remember you guys.
I'm saying exactly. You can be flying all across the equator, all along the equator.
Yeah.
You can prove these FEers incorrect, rather. Sorry.
Nice, man. Shout out to the FEers.
Yeah. Oh, so I was told. No. You know what? We already got into the chat, but it was something about nukes. I absolutely believe in nukes, though, because I've actually delivered to the American Nuclear Society.
Okay, well, what do you mean? You said, what did you do with the?
Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, I didn't mean to say delivered. I've interacted with the American Nuclear Society.
And what is that?
They do a lot of testing with nuclear type of stuff. Actually, I honestly, matter of fact, you're making me question my own beliefs now, because I actually don't know exactly what they did there.
Okay,
but,
I've never heard of this.
Man, now I'm doxing myself, ain't I?
No, don't dox. Only put out.
Yeah, I don't want to do that one. But anyway, it's in Chicago. It's in Illinois. Anyway,
Okay.
It's not that close to me anyway. So, but they actually they engage in like all types of tests and things like that with like atoms and things like this.
Okay.
But I've never actually seen anything in person. I hollered at a few people there, that would that I would interact with, and they're like,
what
"Yeah,
brought
man,
you
we do a
guys
lot
in
of,
an interaction like that? How did that come about?
Because of what I do for a living, I guess.
No
is
worries,
what I'm
no
trying
need
to
to
say.
get into details.
Right. Yeah,
But,
but sometimes you shoot the S with some people, and you're like,
Gotcha.
all right, man, what's up? Like, what's up with this? Like, you guys making atom bombs in this B word? And they're like, nah, boy, it ain't even like that. We're just figuring out ways to, create energy, when it's needed, that kind of thing. So I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, that's what's up,
Gotcha.
But they didn't actually explain exactly how it goes. I just assumed the mathematical formulas that we've been given throughout life, where it's like, if you do this, it expounds in an exorbitant amount of energy in comparison to what you're trying to do. So I'm like, oh man, that's legit.
Okay, so you've heard about this position about nukes don't exist. You've heard of this?
Honestly, only recently, and
Yeah.
the one time that I think I called you talking about John Titor's nonsense.
Oh yeah.
And I saw it in the chats where they're like, nukes don't exist. I'm like, why would nukes not exist? Like,
that was so early. That's so cool.
That was like the beginning episodes, like the
Totally.
first 3 episodes. I think I called in.
I know.
I think I called you on the first episode, man.
I think you did, man.
Yeah, but I was getting a lot of flack in the chat, talking about like, you know, talking about this, man.
And
Whatever, bro. But like,
I think I was like, it's funny how much you grow and stuff, because I was like, I think I'm a little bit more like a conspiracy averse when it's like we're just having conversations, okay?
oh, now you 10 toes deep, huh?
Yeah, let's go. No, but by that I mean I don't mind talking about it. I don't mind talking about it.
Yes, sir. That's how it starts, though, because you get a little bit, you're like, wait a minute, let me.
I love
this a
conspiracy
bit. But you know what?
theories.
The only problem with that is there's a lot of convincing arguments out there that actually lead you astray. But then when you actually,
and that's where I was coming from, and I still, and you understand what I'm saying about that.
You still gotta be a what do you call it? A skeptic. You know what I mean? Like you can't just believe everything just because you could hear some facts that sound convincing and actually sound.
So true.
You know what I'm saying? Like you still gotta discern a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes some things where it's like it even if it is convincing through and through, you still gotta be like, nah, what the hell are you all talking about?
Right, because it's like what's gonna change your life and stuff. That being said, it's like when you get that priority right, then it's fine to talk about that stuff. But I like to make it clear to people that that's my priority to work on yourself and what's really going to change your life. And then you won't get lost and get sucked into stuff that's, not so important.
Right. I remember when you first asked me too. Matter of fact, when I brought up the whole John Titor, multiverse nonsense, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You asked me like, "Are you a Christian? Like, are you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude. Like, this doesn't mean I can't differentiate that life between what I'm, like talking about right now. Like, this has nothing to do. Like, I can entertain things without associating with it. You know what I mean?"
That's such a good point, and I was saying that earlier too about identity. That is a really good example too. That is a really good example too about identity, and being able to separate those things. It's like when you say to people. It's like, how Jesse says, oh, stop saying I. Don't say I feel this and I think this when it's not you. Yet,
step aside
when
yourself,
you know
step
better,
outside of yourself.
Exactly. Right. Yet when you know better, when you do use that language, you know the difference. The separation.
Yeah,
Anyways,
exactly.
identity versus thanks, man. Go ahead.
But not just the identity aspect, but it's like you can still entertain an idea and like maybe let it fester. I don't know if it's the good word, but let it.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
No, but maybe it does fester. You never know. But like you can still see the progress of that, but actually retain your own, worldview and beliefs and all that. And
your individuality, really.
What's that?
Your individuality, really, essentially. Just because someone else said, which is what? What am I saying? Just not believing it just because someone else said it.
Even if, yeah, but like, all right, like I said, even if you, I don't want to say identify with the truth, but if you can acknowledge that a truth is a possibility, even, that doesn't mean that it is the truth, and that doesn't mean that you have to actually subscribe to it. You can recognize it and be like, that's like a slight truth, a half truth, I guess, right? Let me mold this over, you know, like in this section of my existence, I guess. Mm-hmm. But me personally, the me that's the real me, I guess, right? This is like the dream you versus the real you. You can actually step outside of your, self and be like, nah, I don't know what that is. Like that's not me thinking this, but I'd like to see where this goes, type of thing, I guess.
Totally, man. It's just
I don't know if that made any sense.
I know what you mean. You're basically you're talking about interest, okay, and that's fine. It's interest. It's just I just like making that point where it needs to be tempered by like
examining
yourself, tempered like chocolate, tempered by acknowledging that knowledge can be distracting, those kinds of things, right?
Deceptive, even.
Yeah.
Good
so
knowledge.
If you're
even
tempered by that, then you shouldn't be afraid of information. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be afraid to hear different arguments and conspiracies and stuff, because you'd be tempered by the truth. You would know. You know what I mean? Like that's like trying to close your ears and go la 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 like and ignore. That doesn't make sense.
And I think a lot of people, once they reach a certain level of information or whatever, like they do that. They're like, I just don't want to hear anything else. This is my real world life, worldview, and I don't even want to acknowledge things that could be outside of my realm of, perception, I guess.
Totally. Right on,
and they
man.
shut everything out. But it's like, I don't think that's the right, like you always got to absorb a little bit of information. You don't have to subscribe to it, but you can just be like, let me consider this at one point or not.
That's why I always say, have you done your Googles? Have you been doing your Googles? But I never say, I say, do you do your Googles? But I never say to believe your Googles.
No, right.
Just do your Googles.
Take that
doesn't mean believe them.
As an afterthought or, a side note, and then if you can correlate it to something different, then maybe they don't match. Doesn't mean it's causation or whatever, but it may be. You never know. You got to discern everything, right?
Fair enough, man. I'm understanding you.
Like the whole thing with the nukes thing, right? They said the radiation is a big problem. Or
that's what I heard.
It's not a big problem, right? It dissipates. So if you blow it up into the atmosphere, by the time the radiation falls down, it actually, the half-lives or whatever, dissipates into the atmosphere. Something with the ionization, whatever, I don't know.
Okay.
But if you actually blow it up on the ground, yes, that ground supposedly is going to be irradiated or radiated. I don't even know the phrase, to be honest, at this point. But it's going to be a problem because all that nuclear fallout is embedded into the dirt or whatever. So, yeah, if you go there, you're going to have an issue. But if it blows up into the sky 2 miles away, 3 miles away, by the time it gets down to you, it's already done with. It's gone.
Really? That fast? The radiation?
Allegedly. I don't know.
Oh, okay,
like, again,
that's what the anti-nuke people are saying?
What's that?
That's what the anti-nuke people are saying?
No, the anti-nuke people just say that there is no such thing as nukes.
Oh, gotcha. So that's that's the official story on nukes, is what you're saying.
As far as radiation goes.
Gotcha, as far as radiation goes.
Like when you want to, there's going to be winds and all that take, the irradiated particles or whatever all over the place. But I guess the point is you want to do as little damage as far as radiation goes, because like, let's say, you want to conquer, I don't know, the Ukraine, right? And you blow up a bomb. You don't want an irradiated, or I don't know, I don't even know if irradiated is the right phrase, but like you don't want radiation in that land, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you conquered it. You want to, you want to take over. You want to use that land to farm on and all this other stuff.
Gotcha.
So you want to use strategic strikes, which is allegedly, supposedly in the air. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I may be misquoting things. You know how I do it.
Okay. So, but you're not saying they don't exist. You're just.
I'm saying they absolutely exist.
Right.
Yeah. They absolutely.
I've never heard this before. So, You know
that they don't exist.
That they don't. Right. I've never heard that position.
Right.
So
Yeah, I've never heard that until probably a year ago when I first called you, and then everybody was like, no,
Right.
nukes, what a moron. I guess. I don't know, man. Maybe it's true, but I doubt it.
Right on,
Like
man.
I
Well,
said, I've
interesting
spoken
stuff.
to people who work in those areas, and they absolutely believe in that. So I don't know what they're working on. You know, I haven't done it myself, obviously, but
Well,
seems to
apparently
me
this
like
Galen Windsor person, who I don't know who he is, that I was
Okay.
asked to look him up. Apparently eats he eats uranium in this video. Have you ever seen this?
I have not seen that. No.
All right, on. Well, we might get into this a little bit. Mr. Matt, anything else? Shall I move the wheels?
Yeah, you can move the wheels, man.
Appreciate your call, man, and call me again.
Good talking with you.
We got nuke-tards in the chat. JS Urban Adventure says he's a nuke-tard. Nuke-tards, globe-tards. I don't know, guys. That's what I got to. Look, I'm a nuke-tard. I'm a globe-tard. Don't judge me. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know what I mean? This is that video. Who's Galen Windsor? Anybody know? I was told to look this up. Galen Windsor?
I'm pleased to have as our guest Mr. Galen Windsor from Richland, Washington. I first heard of Galen from a tape that somebody gave to me some months ago, and I found his story to be absolutely fascinating.
Okay. Hey, caller, you're on the air. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Frederick from LA. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Frederick? How you been, man?
Man, it's getting worse out here. I'm confused, bro.
What are you confused about?
I don't know. These flat earthers, nuke-tards, moonlanders.
Nuke-tard? So you're not a nuke-tard, is what you're saying?
No, I'm ex-military. I can't be a nuke-tard.
No, a nuke-tard is someone who believes in nukes. It's like a globe-tard.
No, a nuke-tard is somebody that don't believe in it.
So then what's a globe-tard?
Globe-tard
Yeah.
is somebody that believes the world's round, and that's what the flat earthers call it.
Exactly. So a nuke-tard. If you're
A
following
nuke-tard don't believe the world is.
I think we made that phrase. I think we made up that term this just today in the chat.
So nuke-tards are the ones that believe in nukes.
Right, and those that are awake to the truth would obviously see these nuke believers as tards. That's why they're nuke-tards.
So all these countries without nukes.
So all these countries without nukes, what?
They would be what?
Well, it depends on what they believe. If they believe nukes exist, but they just simply don't have them, then they're nuke-tards who don't have nukes. If they, you know what I'm saying?
But if they threatened by countries and they think they do what they don't,
then they're still nuke-tards. They just don't have nukes.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to explain to you the terminology. I'm a nuke-tard. I believe nukes are real. I've never heard this position.
Yeah. Hey, I wouldn't be quick to go with their terminology if they just popping out of woodwork, brand new, and they gonna make me call myself a nuke-tard. Nah, that's propaganda.
But we're having fun right now. It's more of a joke. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah. No, it's real.
But we're playing. I'm playing. I'm playing around.
All right.
And when I'm calling globe-tard, nuke-tard, I find that kind of funny. Because think about it. Well, the joke is, if I may explain it and then ruin the joke, if I'm gonna call myself a globe-tard, the comedy is in the fact that I'm saying I believe in the round Earth, and yet I'm calling myself retarded for believing in it. That's the joke.
I got you. I know what you're
Thanks,
saying.
Frederick. Sorry.
I know what you're saying. But I called you last week because this stuff is getting real. Did you ever look up that doctor video where they say no planes hit the trade towers?
No, but I did read stuff about that there's people who believe that no planes hit, and that I believe it's basically, it comes down to witnesses and witnesses describing seeing something not quite like a plane. and then
They
the
cause
video coming out
confusion now.
afterwards. I honestly didn't make sense to me. I'm not so sure.
20 years later, they come up with this. 20 years from now, everybody that lived through it probably be dead. And then 20 years after that, they won't ever believe it ever happened. It's going to get crazy. I'm just saying.
But it's crazy right now. I know you're saying like it's going to get
majority of
crazy.
the people
Look
know
at
the
these people.
truth.
They're all going to start believing in flat Earth. It's going to get crazy. It's already crazy. Okay? And there's people believing in racism. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, people are already crazy and conspiracy theorists. What do you tell me?
No.
You're gonna rail against the flat earthers and all that when like the majority of American population is convinced on one of the most ridiculous conspiracies I've ever heard, racism. You're gonna tell me, and you're gonna rail against the crazy flat earthers?
Yeah, they convinced on racism. They can give you.
Isn't that a
example
wild
of
conspiracy? What?
racism?
Yeah, that is a wild, out there conspiracy.
No, it's not.
And which more people believe in that than flat Earth. Flat Earth is like a thing people talk about sometimes. I don't see it as big as you think.
Racism was observed for hundreds of years.
What was observed for hundreds of years?
Racism.
What do you mean, how?
Slavery. Come on now, Nick.
But how was that racist?
Because they enslaved black people. Jim Crow.
But they enslaved all sorts of
separated
people.
Black people from white
Not just
people.
blacks.
No,
Blacks
they didn't
enslaved their
enslave
own. Blacks enslaved their own. Was that racist?
Nick, stop with the shenanigans.
No, it's not shenanigans. It's an honest question. Sincerely. I'm not messing with you.
Not in America, they didn't.
Whites enslaved whites. What would you say about that?
Not in America, they didn't.
But how about an answer to the question? Was that
It is
racist?
an answer. Not in America.
Was that racist though?
I don't recall in history whites enslaving whites.
Would
You
you
talking about
call
the
it?
Slavic?
Say again.
You talking about back in the Slavic days?
Yep. Or what about blacks enslaving blacks?
That was morally
Was that
wrong.
racist?
No, that was morally wrong.
Is it possible? Is it possible that whites having black slaves, that it wasn't? Is it possible that in some cases it could have not been racism and maybe just morally wrong?
It's not.
Or does it have to be
only
racism?
enslaving people because of their skin color.
But that's not
racist.
so. Well, how do you know that?
Because they go in there and they feeding them guns and rums to collect other blacks, and they alcoholics, and they like, okay.
But couldn't it have been just because they were for sale?
No, they weren't for sale. They was captured in wars.
And then they were put up for sale.
But yeah, as prisoners and slaves, they're still
And
wrong.
then they were for sale.
No, it's
And
wrong.
so they were able to be purchased. Why go straight to racism?
Is that right? Is slavery right?
No, I don't know. Is slavery what?
No, you do know.
Is slavery? You said right? I didn't say I don't know. I said no.
Oh, okay. So therefore, the selling of the human is not right.
But you know what? I could think of forms of slavery that's probably good.
They fighting to return racist statues to these places, and they can't. Why would they want racist statues? Like
Who wants racist
around
statues?
America?
And what are the racist statues?
White community, the Castleman statue in Cherokee Park, Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay,
There's
Cherokee
a
Park.
group
What
of
is this
freedom-
statue? I've never heard of it.
It's a Castleman statue. It's a racist.
Castleman.
Yeah.
What
it
is that
keeps getting
statue? What does it
vandalized.
represent?
Confederate
Oh.
slavery, and they got a freedom caucus.
And you
trying
don't
to
like
get
that?
it
There's a
put back.
statue of this. Oh, I'm seeing it now of John Castleman in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah. Yeah.
But let's assume something here for a second, and this is a total assumption. Let's just pretend that this John Castleman was this horrific slave owner, hated blacks for their skin color and nothing else, and was this brutal slave owner, blah, blah, blah. Why would you want to take down the statue?
Just because it glorifies something you said was wrong.
But why would you just go? Why would you go assume and go straight to assuming that a statue of that would be glorifying it?
That's what statues do.
No. A statue is simply a statue simply denotes. It can simply denote, that something happened. It doesn't have to be glorification. What if it's just what's it called? Posterity. Is it possible that it's just posterity?
That happened? Like, give me an example of a statue that represents something like history that's not of a person.
Literally every statue. It's called posterity. It's called just simply remembering what happened. It doesn't have to be glorification. It could it could just be a museum? You know what I mean? Why go straight to its glorification? You don't see how
it is glorification.
But you don't see how you're assuming the hearts and minds of people, and
the people who want it back acts like it's their they glorifying it. The people who want it back is the ones that's putting praise on it.
That's so silly what you're saying, because the people defending these statues, they're usually like boomer and pretty weak, right? Like pretty weak. They'll say stuff like, John Castleman or Robert E. Lee or whatever. Yeah, they were slave owners and that was racist and that was bad. But we should remember the horrible things that happened so that we never do that again. Which, in my opinion, is kind of a weak position. These people
ain't that a weak position? Come on now.
Because a lot of these people were better than you think. A lot of these people were way better than you think. People like
these kids. I'll go ahead.
They were more noble and decent people than a lot of people complaining against them, like Robert E. Lee and stuff. Robert E. Lee was, from what I've read and all that, pretty decent guy.
No. Them white people woke up and they in Congress and they don't believe the lies their parents tried to teach them about hatred, and they said, okay, we're going to remove these. These are white people removing these statues.
And they're wrong for that.
No, they know their parents was wrong for trying to teach them about some
they've been
stuff.
brainwashed into being and feeling bad about this. They should know. Let's just, like I said, we're making an assumption that this is a horrible statue. They did horrible things. Even in that case, those white people, and those white people who you're saying are doing this, they're wrong. They should let go of they should drop the guilt and drop the emotion and just be like, no, this happened. Guilt. Let's remember it.
They can't drop the guilt because they can't find purpose in life when they living free and their work is handed to them and everything is given. It's like they can't find value within their life. They're like, I don't want all of these handouts you're giving me, Mom. I want to be
Are you talking about black people now?
I want to mean something. Yeah, they do that.
Okay, but
so therefore they look at their mom like, you're enabling me, so you're the victim trying to put me up on a pedestal, and it hurts the black people, and that's why they're in this position. I'm seeing you doing it to me.
I'm doing it to you.
So they fight against their parents and make them out to be the victim.
But why not instead?
I forgive you for resenting you, Mom. You turned me into this liberal that I should have been by trying to keep me racist, and it didn't work.
I think I understood a little bit, but that still doesn't. But why not instead? Why not instead of just assuming what you're assuming, and why not tell those parents, hey, stop telling your children to be angry or justifying any hate towards John Castleman, Robert E. Lee, and these statues, and instead actually learn a little something and not just hate and take it down because of slavery. Let's say you believe slavery is wrong and this person was wrong for that. Wouldn't you want to remember that?
I don't know. These kids, they're trying to educate their parents because their parents was educated wrong. And the internet is waking them up with so many stuff that they never heard about because of CRT and
right. Like, for example, that there were slaves that were happy. There were slaves who benefited from slavery. How about that?
Yeah, no stories of those.
What do you mean?
What slave benefited from slavery?
Literally every slave who became Christian and then had a family and they made their children Christians. Every single one.
Slaves couldn't read, Nick. How did they become
You don't have
Christian?
to read to be a Christian. You just have to forgive and accept
No, you
Jesus
gotta
as
pretty
King.
much have a Bible and know what it means.
No.
So if you just tell somebody,
And by the way,
forgive
that's not true either what you're saying. In fact, I literally just read the slaves did learn how to read.
yeah, they snuck and learned how to read. On
Exactly. And then they were
But it was
taught.
forbidden.
There was many
They
slave
didn't
owners who
give
taught
them-
them.
they didn't-
No, you're wrong. Slave owners taught. There were slave owners who taught them. You said there was never a single slave who benefited. And I literally, I'm gonna pull it up. Literally, slave owners who taught them to read. So, you lost. You're drowning.
No.
You lost.
No.
Say it
No,
again. Say it again.
I want to hear
say
the
you
slave
lost
owner's
to the.
name.
Say you lost to the audience. You're drowning
It
right
has
now.
to be a slave owner's name. I'm waiting on the name of the slave owner that was teaching slaves to read.
Okay, but
That's folklore.
Hmm?
We got plenty of instances.
You're drowning.
where
You're
slaves'
making stuff
mouths
up.
Were bounded. No,
There's a whole Wikipedia about it. Check it out.
All right, but it's a whole
look it
Wikipedia
up.
about their mouths and language being forbidden to speak too, right?
Say again.
I said it's a whole Wikipedia issue where they were forbidden to speak their language also, right? Or read. Yeah, I'm
it's
sure you
time to
can
learn
find
English.
anything you want
Enough
to on
of
the
that
internet
savage
now.
language. So
Yeah.
even there's another benefit.
to
Thank you.
y'all-
Thank you
and-
for adding to my point. Appreciate it, man. Yes, they benefited from stopping, they stopped speaking their savage language and it's time to learn the civilized language. You're so right. I agree with
No.
you. Thank you,
No,
slave
they-
owners.
who says they
Thank you,
language was
slave owners,
savage?
for forcing them
Why
to
do
speak
you
a
link
civilized
their name
language.
with savage? Why do you link their language with savage?
They got enslaved, right?
That don't mean they were savages.
Why not? Tell me how I'm wrong.
Just because you get enslaved mean you was a savage?
Some of them were.
No, Nick, stop.
Some of them
Stop.
were.
Yeah, you
Let's
think
be-
about them.
Are you
That's how
joking me
think
right now? Or you're
about
gonna
them.
tell me? You're gonna tell me right? You're gonna tell me there weren't slaves who were savages?
What are savages?
Savage people, like the Indians.
No, just because they don't
the
live
Indians
like
that
you
were
don't mean they're
described,
savage.
like the Indians that were described in the Declaration of Independence. Savages that would kill children and not have any care of morality and stuff like that. They talk about them in the Declaration of Independence. I'm talking about that. Those kinds of savages.
All right.
You're
I
telling
hear
me
you.
where am I? You're telling me you disagree? Where am I wrong?
Yeah, I disagree.
You're telling me there's no slave owners there were no slaves who were before
Until
savages,
y'all came in
and now they were
trying to
enslaved.
colonize, I think the blacks were fine
you
before y'all
lost.
tried to colonize.
Say again.
Before whites came in trying to colonize, I think blacks were fine. You know, the Crusades.
What about them?
Yeah, all of that was like in the name of God, right?
I heard it was a
Mass
response
murder.
to the Arab oppression.
What?
I heard it was a response to Arab oppression. It was like 800 years of Arab oppression. And then the Christians have one little crusade. They have one little crusade, and it's like, oh, these Christians are crusaders. They killed in the name of God. That's why religion sucks.
No, it was no Arab oppression.
How do you know
They
that?
wanted to spread their religion.
So they just had a crusade out of nowhere. They were just sitting there. Everybody was sitting around. It was all hunky dory, and the Christians said, "You know what? Let's crusade people and chop heads off for no reason at all."
No, because that fable of Jesus made them rich, and they
come
knew how
on.
much they could
That's
conquer.
like when a woman who gets beat by her husband says, "It just happened out of nowhere." Come on.
Oh, I seen that today.
come
it
on.
did.
Come
Yeah,
on, it didn't
she
happen
didn't
out
wear
of
her lipstick
nowhere.
right.
You had no part, huh?
If she didn't wear her lipstick right, or there's some men out here that's real insecure, Nick, and they
Okay.
use the Bible to control women. Do you agree?
Sure.
I just had a conversation with somebody earlier about AI. If AI created a new Jesus, would you follow it?
Okay. Are you asking me?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Jesus already came.
But they think he's coming back.
That's what they say.
Okay. So
I don't know what they mean by that.
AI, if God
As far
gave
as I'm
man
concerned, Jesus
power to
already
build-
came. As far as I'm concerned, you know, I truly believe he's my brother, and he was trying to show us about the ego. So, I mean, they say he's coming back and all that, but what does that mean to me? It means nothing. I'm not here waiting. I'm not sitting around waiting for Jesus' return.
No, okay. That's smart, because some people are. And he's going to come
Doesn't
and
make
take
sense to me, though. What does that even look like? Do I just do I sit around? What does that even look like? What does it mean to wait for Jesus' return? That doesn't mean anything. Not in any significant way, at least.
No, I don't, because he's not coming.
Well,
you know why he's not coming?
Yeah, Coldberger Art asked a good question in the chat, and I'll ask you after. Sorry, I cut you off. Why is he not coming?
Go ahead.
He says, why have a need for another Jesus? Why would we need another Jesus?
To try to unite the masses. That's why y'all gonna need another Jesus.
But if they made an AI Jesus asking us to follow him, that would already not be Jesus. Jesus said, let no man teach you.
And AI
follow no man.
But
and I think that would count. I think that includes false mans like AI.
I don't know. His spirit can get into whatever it wants to, right?
Sure.
So if
I guess, but you would recognize it. It wouldn't be a mystery.
Your whole computer systems would recognize it. It would have to.
No, I'm talking about you as an individual. When information comes in one ear and out the other, the spirit, the Holy Spirit discerns. Okay, you would know. So if the Spirit of Jesus was truly an AI, you know, you would know. You would see the AI say something about, you know, forgiving, and you'd be like, you know what, that AI spitting.
No, hell no. That's saying it would be one big church today. There's so many mega churches with a leader with so many followers. Don't mean that's what they doing.
Oh, okay.
That don't mean that they Jesus. So
yeah, true.
Just because you
like Kohlberger Art says, why would we need another one?
Spirit. This is Jesus 2.0.
But why do you need a 2.0? Doesn't make sense.
They needed to brainwash y'all.
Oh, well, there you go.
Sure
I agree with that.
Y'all tithes.
I agree with that. Yeah,
you're going to come out with another whole...
No, I agree with that. Yeah, silly people out here thinking they'll believe... There's going to... Dude, when they make an AI Jesus, are you joking me? Bro, it's going to have so many followers.
Y'all will be...
They already kind of did. I played clips of the AI Jesus they created. And it got it had like thousands of live viewers at any time of the day.
I love it.
You didn't see this? I already it's Ask Jesus on Twitch. I have him on screen right now. He's currently live with 135 viewers, but when this went viral, it had thousands of viewers. It's already happening, and I don't disagree with you. There's going to be a lot of fools out here following an AI Jesus if they're not already.
Hey, where you at? I need a producer. I'm trying to ask Pharaoh. Pharaoh's above Jesus, so I'm coming up with my...
You need an AI Pharaoh?
Yeah, AI Pharaoh.
Who's Pharaoh?
Yeah, Jesus stole that from me.
Who's Pharaoh? Who's Pharaoh, and what did he teach you?
Balance, order, justice, reciprocity. It's a whole 7.
Balance with what?
With humanity. What do you mean balance on Earth?
Yeah, I'm asking you sincerely. What do you mean by balance? Are you saying that's a godly thing? Balance?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Describe what kind of balance you mean. You mean balance like left and right, dark and light?
Just how he, like, if God placed everything on Earth and then shook it up.
But are you thinking... Oh, sorry.
Settles back down is going to be the balance of how he wants things. So
okay,
it's just a matter of this.
But is it a balance of light and dark?
Yeah.
That's godly to you? You're saying God is a balance of light and dark?
What you mean?
And this is what Pharaoh taught you?
Are you talking about skin, light skin, day and night?
I'm talking about evil, good and evil, the light and the dark. You're saying God is a balance of the light and the dark?
Yes.
Really? But isn't God the light? Why would he be a balance of both? Why would he be both light and dark? Why would he be both? Why would he be both? Why would he be God and Satan?
Because in the Kemetic religion, Seth was the god of the underworld.
Okay.
So at night, everything, even in the desert, get cold. You had to make it to the sunlight. So all these evil things that come out that's nocturnal, that hunt men in the jungle, they determined that night thieves, everything happens under nightfall. So therefore, it was Horus trying to fight to make it to the daylight around the sun, you know, to make one full day. So it's always been good.
Interesting. Fascinating, man. Kemetism?
Kemetic, yeah.
Kemetic. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you seek balance in your life, the same balance in your life of light and the dark?
Yeah.
So you seek to have a balance of evil and good within you.
Evil and good?
Right, the light and the dark. You seek for a balance in your life and within you?
Yes.
So you want to have both the dark and the light within you?
No.
And you
the
seek to
dark
balance that?
is the world, because we got the wrong people in charge. So if you are the light, you got to bring darkness into light into this darkness, because people are asleep right now.
Okay, so
right now you got these people that don't have any morals running society, and everybody's blinded.
But I'm trying to understand your statement about the Pharaoh and what he taught you and his balance, and you believe that God has a balance of good and evil.
Yes, it is. And capitalism.
You're saying God himself is a balance of good and evil?
Yes.
Are you a son of God or trying to be like God or something like that?
No, I'm not trying. I am a son of God,
are you seeking that same balance of good and evil in your life? As Pharaoh taught you, like you said?
It's about being able to confront it and staying in the light, never moving to the darkness. As long as my heart's as light as a feather when I die.
So you were trying to reject the dark.
Always reject the dark.
Outright.
You gotta
I thought you were saying that you're supposed to have a balance of good and evil, which doesn't quite make sense.
No,
that doesn't sound like God.
You see it. Seeing it and acting it in you, like the Sphinx. Don't let your animalistic nature take over your human nature, your mindset. The man, but at the same time, if you act on that, you're just a hypocrite doing the same thing you're fighting the dark from doing. So you can't try to conquer anything or have any dark side with you. But no,
not denying it. Don't be like transparency, even maybe not to the world, but with yourself, I guess.
Right.
Okay,
right.
I'm following. That's interesting, man. Is Pharaoh a person? Is Pharaoh like a person?
Pharaoh, no, it's called a great house. It's a more of a which I would see as a religion. They consider the house as almost a state, and it had the people on top, the priest, and then it had a whole way that society was raised and everything. Remember how the Pharaoh reversed the plagues that Moses was doing? And he was like, well, now you got to pick your own wheat. You know what I'm saying? They had socialism then because they wasn't even picking their own food, but they wanted to be free. If that story was even real, they had to start off somewhere,
Okay.
But don't be fooled by their propaganda, Nick.
You too, man.
Because other countries are finding out and denouncing Christianity in Africa and other countries. That's what the real that they're not speaking about.
Say that statement again.
Other countries are denouncing Christianity, and that's what they're not putting on the news. They finding out through the internet that they've been lied to in Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, let them suffer.
Let
them suffer because if you notice, Christianity is timeless. Literally, nobody goes after. Literally, billionaires. We got weirdos, weird religion stuff, weird occult stuff. The media. Degenerate media news. Who do they all hate? Christ. They all hate Christ. And you want to join with them? That's fine. You'll suffer.
Where do you not have that at?
Huh?
Where do you not have that at?
Where do you not have what at?
Everything you just named.
I'm just saying that those things, they all hate Christ. They go along. They're cool with promoting your Pharaoh, Kemeticism, Kabbalah, this, Islam, that. That's fine. But Christ, hell no. And so, yeah, you want to go along with them, that's fine. But you'll notice
Christ.
that you'll notice Christianity, Jesus, still timeless. As much as it's attacked and maybe put off into the corner, it always comes back. The word is still around. You just the year that we're still in Anno Domini. No matter, even though you're Pharaoh this, Pharaoh that. When you say the current year, you say you're when you talk about the current year, you are referencing Jesus Christ. So it's fine that the world rejects it.
How is that referencing Jesus Christ?
When you say the current year, you're referencing Jesus Christ. Anno Domini. We're in Anno Domini. Did you know that? The year of our Lord. The date that everybody literally uses is referencing Jesus Christ. You didn't know that?
No.
Literally everybody who says the date 2024, 2023. How did we count up to 2023? You didn't know about Anno Domini?
No. What year was the Gregorian calendar invented?
Say it again. We are literally in the epoch of the birth of Jesus. You deny that?
What year? No, I don't get none of that.
Thank you. That's all I was asking you.
Gregorian calendar invented?
I don't know.
Come on, you know.
I really don't. I'm not lying about that.
Do you think they was counting backwards since 3000 BC?
Say your question for me again.
Do you think they was counting backwards from 3000 BC?
Counting backwards
to get to Jesus, and then didn't know he was Jesus?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking me. JS says Gregorian calendar is based off Christ.
You don't know what he's talking about.
But it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about.
You
didn't even know where it's Anno Domini. You didn't even know that it's the year of our Lord.
AD and BC does not mean they had to change that.
That literally means the year of our Lord. Meaning we're in the epoch or whatever of Christ.
No.
You didn't know that.
They changed it to before the common era.
Hey, you didn't know that. That's fine.
Before
but
the
hey,
common
you didn't know that.
BCE stands before the common era.
That's new. That's different. BCE is like liberal antichrist stuff.
No, it's not.
Yeah, BCE came after.
If the years was
wait, are you denying that? Are you denying that? That BCE came after BC?
Yes.
So you're denying that BCE is a new term. The abbreviation BC used to mean before Christian era.
No.
You're denying that?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to go against everybody?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. You're going to deny.
Because how can you
deny reality? Before common era, you're telling me that they always used to say before common era and not before Christian era or before Christ? BC always meant common era? Is that what you're telling me?
No. Yes.
Okay. All right, chat.
Yes.
Say that again for the chat. Say that again for the chat. Say that again out loud for the chat.
No, I'm telling you. BCE.
Say it again out loud for the chat that you believe BCE always meant before common era.
BCE always meant before the common era.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, they changed it to before Christ. What year did they make? If you look at it, history's been recorded longer than y'all think. The Bible only tell y'all we're only 6,000 years old. And that's false. Y'all need to quit believing that stuff.
I mean, I don't believe it. I don't really know.
Yeah, y'all do. They talk about...
I don't know about 6,000 years and stuff. I don't really care.
No, they talked about how Jesus, they lost some years in Jesus. They had to go back and change dates to make his age right. Even in the Bible, they print his true age.
So what's a few years? It's been like 2,000 years. You're going to forget a few, right?
No.
You're going to miss a few here and there. You're going to carry the one you maybe forgot. We had an earthquake. Whoa, where did the documents go? It happens. It's been a couple thousand years, right?
Nope. I don't think so. Man, y'all gotta wake up. Why didn't if y'all name?
Well, hit me with the info, man. Send it to me. Send it to me.
I'm about to send it to you. You gotta watch Dr. Ray Hagens, man.
Dr. Ray
Hagens. He will put you right in line where you need to be.
All right. I'm not afraid of info. I have the Holy Spirit. Dr. Ray Hagins. How do you spell Hagins?
Yep. Hagins. He said if you can prove anybody in the Bible existed, he'll pay all your expenses for the rest of your life.
Interesting, man. I might have to check him out.
Anybody in the Bible ever existed.
Okay.
And nobody's proved him wrong yet. He used to be a preacher, Christian preacher, for 30 years before he figured out the truth over 15 years ago.
Dang.
And all these things is facts. If you don't believe it, go look it up. He'll give you the book, the Bishop's Bible, all the Constantine, Nasir.
I don't care how smart you are or what you learned or how many books you read or how many Googles you've done. You cannot convince me that anger is not evil. That's what I care about.
Anger is not evil. Anger might be evil, but the way
you can't convince me that the kingdom of heaven is not within. You can't convince me that we need to forgive. That's the stuff I care about. That's why I don't mind this information. I'll look into it. I kind of find this somewhat interesting. I'll check them out sincerely. But
right.
But like I said, I don't care how smart you are, Dr. This, Hagix that. That's not gonna take the truth away.
Right, and that's what y'all be trying to do. Take the truth away.
You're saying right, like we're both on the same truth side here. But
We are.
You want
Y'all
people
be
to
trying
look
to
up
take the
Doctor.
truth
You
away.
don't even you don't say again.
Y'all be trying to take the truth away, and y'all can't do it. That's what it comes down to.
And was okay. All right, mate.
Slavery was real.
And we need it back. I'm sometimes with Hake on this. Hake is making some sense when he's talking about enslaving the homeless. Am I right? You agree with that, right? You agree with that, right?
I don't agree with enslaving no.
But it will do them some good. It'll teach them skills. It'll stop them from being useless bums.
I like that barge that was pulling that thing that they taking up there over to the UK. And if you build something like that and have some people working on it, and for them to bring off their exports, and then we give them some more food and have them work for everything we send to that little boat, we can fill the ocean with a bunch of those little homeless encampments, You
want to live in one of those?
Not me. I'm rich. I'm talking about them.
No, so you'd rather just build a bunch of floating homes and put them away somewhere? Where's the love? Enslave them and put them to work. Enslave them, bring them out of their hell because they're clearly not doing it, and make them to work. You know what I'm saying? But you just want to put them off in some barge and some floating home and throwing up seasickness out off there. Get them away from me. It's like, just kill them. Why not just go a step further, execute them, get rid of them?
Nah,
I say put them to work instead of putting them off in some expensive floating barge.
I mean, they can work on them boats like they do in prison.
They can work here. We don't need boats. We got plenty of stuff to do here. We don't need to build new things and give them more homes. Okay.
They ain't watching their kids while they at work. That's who's running them up. They having kids and leaving them in the street.
Exactly.
No.
They should be enslaved and not have forced to not have kids.
How can God lie within you, Nick, and you like slavery, man? There's no God in you, man.
How can
you got to work on yourself. You got some hidden demons, and you got that conquering white man spirit, and you an anchor baby. You trying to do too much too soon, man. Like at 𝒏𝒊𝒄𝒌𝒔𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒎 and what's his name? He's barely a one generation American. He want to run
in
for
one
president.
Generation. You could turn it around, my
Get
friend.
him out of here.
You can.
That's your duty.
That's your duty. You have generations of people, ancestors before you, and it's a big line of anger, and it's a genealogy of mistakes. Yeah, the sins of your father. Yeah, you will adopt them.
Y'all get the back of the line.
And it takes one generation. It takes one person to turn it around.
Nah, y'all ain't gonna be the generation that come in here talk about forget slavery, try to wipe off the stuff y'all trying to ride on our backs. We the only ones that need anything in America. All these immigrants don't get shit. Anchor babies don't get nothing.
I agree with you, man. I've been saying this. I've been saying this. There's this. I was talking about this the other day. There's a Latino caucus. There's this caucus, that caucus. And honestly, if you ask me, even though I still think it's silly because these people are race hustlers and they don't care about the truth, the only caucus that should exist, if there has to be one, is the Black Caucus, because whites and blacks, I believe, if there's anyone that should work it out, that really the only ones that matter are blacks and whites, because blacks and whites in America were the ones that, and some Mexicans, there's some history there, but it's a lot smaller than people think.
Y'all gonna wait till it's
But
too
hold
late.
on, let me finish. Blacks and whites, if there's anyone I want to work it out, it should be them, because they're historically the Americans. Their history, their story is inextricably tied up as American history and how and its beginnings. So
But when
honestly,
it's
if
time to
anyone
come
should work
give
it
'em
out,
something-
it's them.
But when it's time to come give them something, y'all disagree.
No, because you want to corrupt them and just give them stuff.
And you want them to give them shit and talk about, let's look out for the
No,
black
I want them
and
to
white, but
overcome
let's not give
anger,
'em
like what
nothing.
Jesse says.
Nah, y'all.
That's what
y'all,
I want.
Y'all,
I
y'all
want them to
sound
pay attention to
retarded.
themselves, how I'm doing, how I learned.
Nah,
I want them to pay
hell
attention to anger and their reaction to the world. I want that salvation is of the heart. That's what I care about. Yeah, we're playing around and
Alright.
slavery this and homeless slavery that, but that's you're just being facetious if you think that's my ultimate
China
position.
and
If you think
Hamas
that's my
and
position, you're
Iran-
being facetious and you haven't been listening to my show, and you haven't been listening
China
to
and
Jesse.
Iran can offer blacks reparations, and they'll have an ISIS bigger than ISIS was over in Iraq, in America.
Hey, you want to fall for that psyop? That's you, man. You really
It
think
ain't no
you really
psyop.
think reparations
It's
is
true.
gonna fix stuff? You really think you really think?
I'm saying,
Where do you think that money's gonna come from, man? And who do you think you really think people?
Brick?
If you want, hey, let's give
The
a
Silk Road?
little
The
$1,000
Silk
check to
Road?
every black. You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Like you think that's gonna
Man,
happen?
you crazy. Let a war pop off.
They'll
in
give 'em a
peace.
little
And
$1,000
you been
check and that's over.
Y'all don't deserve nothing. The blacks are gonna take whatever handout they get and cause havoc. The Chinese saying we got money for blacks to cause havoc. Y'all in trouble.
What
It's
did-
gonna be too
what's
little,
China
too
saying?
late. Is it?
I don't
look
know
at
this
you trying
news
to
about
get-
China.
I ain't
What are you
gonna
saying
tell
about
you.
China?
I ain't gonna be no snitch. When the talk starts between China and blacks, I'm not telling you nothing they say.
I'm
Y'all
lost.
gonna be like,
I'm sincerely lost, Frederick. I don't know what you're talking about. And you're laughing like
When
you're laughing
China
like
started talking
you're
to
laughing.
black
You do
cops-
this thing where you like laugh and you're like, all right, man, you keep lying, man. You keep trying to hide stuff, and it's really odd because it's like some weird conspiracy mind of yours. I'm being sincere with you. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, you saying only people you care about are the black and white.
I'm saying they should work it out, and they shouldn't be this caucus for Mexicans and this caucus for there's literally an Indian caucus. There's a caucus for all
How
these
can you
people,
work
all these
out-
immigrants that are coming to America that don't need to be here.
Nick, how can you work out the issue with blacks and whites when whites like you don't believe racism exists?
I'm
How
white.
can you start a conversation?
Chat, you heard it here first. Well, other people have said that. Say your question to me one more time, please.
How can you work it out if one side don't even believe racism exists? And you don't want to give them nothing, and they disadvantaged.
Because that's not
already.
working it out. That's not working it out. That's
Yeah,
not working it
it's
out. That's
surely
you.
working it out.
That's you justifying anger. That is literally the problem that I'm speaking against. What you're describing, you're saying how are they going to work it out if the whites don't believe? You're essentially saying, how are the whites and blacks going to work it out if the whites don't justify their anger? What you're saying is you want whites to justify their anger and believe in lies. I'm trying to say that that's literally the problem. That's literally the issue. So that's why I disagree with you.
Why are the white people angry?
Why are the white people angry?
Yeah.
Various reasons. They have various gripes. They don't speak up, but essentially, they have the woman's spirit and they're angry at their mama. And so that's given them a spirit of fear, which they're not supposed to have. And so they're unable to speak up, and then they get maligned in the media, and it's white people this, white supremacy this, and then that people hold that in. People hold that in and become bitter, just like black people. I'm sure you're aware. They become bitter, and that's essentially a bird's eye kind of very simplistic view of your question and my answer to it.
But it's self-inflicting wounds when you be stingy, live in a house, the blacks is telling you what they want, you ignore them because you're safe in your little home, and the blacks is going to come to a point where, well, if this is America, if we can't have it, you can't have it either.
You know what? I don't even disagree.
And you're going to keep denying them stuff. and it's only gonna get worse.
You know what? And I already said this. What I disagree with what you're saying is the fact that you basically want whites to justify black anger, and that's totally evil. But I want to comment on something you're kind of describing here. Honestly, whites and conservatives, I noticed they give up on the blacks. They give up, and it's wrong, somewhat. And this is literally what I was just saying. If there's anyone that should work it out, it's the blacks and the whites. They shouldn't give up. Whites shouldn't just give up. In my opinion. Okay, there's a time and place to watch your back. Hey, maybe you shouldn't be around certain neighborhoods. Hey, maybe you don't have to go be a white knight and trying to save people. That being said, as a whole, I see people kind of giving up on each other. And if there's anyone who shouldn't give up on each other, it's blacks and whites, in my opinion. Their history is inextricably linked to the beginning of the country. Not this immigrant, not these random people, Haitians, Indians, Mexicans.
That's right.
The people that should work it out and not give up is the blacks and whites. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by that. And maybe some of those early Mexicans from the Guadalupe Hidalgo treaty, I think they should be able to stay too. They were at the beginning.
All right.
Some of them.
But work it out is just telling them pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
No. See, that's what I mean by giving. That's what.
Well,
I mean
give
by
me some
up.
examples of how you telling me that blacks and whites can work it out without
being honest.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
How about starting with a little bit of honesty?
And that's what?
No, I'm not racist. It's your problem. You did this to your life.
Okay, and that's gonna help them do what?
Examine themselves.
Okay, and then that's gonna do what?
They'll examine themselves. What do you mean? That's the ultimate truth, to know yourself.
And they know who they are.
Really? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, they know.
They're out here saying they're this Israelite, this Kemetic, this, when they grew up as an American black in America. They're saying they're African this. They're saying, oh, this is I have slave name that. When it's like you're an American who grew up in America.
I'm gonna tell you what they're saying. What they're saying is we 14% of the population and got 3.7% of the wealth. So they try and go to get it at different avenues. They try and make friends with the Jews, the Hebrew Israelites, saying I'm a true Jew, like they gonna get a donation. Man, quit trying to line yourself with lies. Anybody think they the son of Abraham is some retarded mugs, and all of these tribes and nonsense going on sounds ridiculous. And I can't wait for the world to wake up. That's all they're gonna do.
Right on, Frederick.
It's just a matter of time.
I'm gonna move the wheels, sir, unless there's something last thing you want to say here.
No, that's it. I ain't gonna take up too much of your time. It's been a great show. You landed a plane great.
Let's go.
I'd like to give a shout out to Jalen 8, JS. Bibby's cool. Lord Spike Protein.
Don't start no fights.
I don't know if
we have air marshals. We will air marshal you, sir. But hey.
Stephen Will, Karen, great call today. I was letting other people call in. I see your show picking up. I don't call in all the time, but move the wheels.
Appreciate the support and always appreciate the calls, man.
All right, take it easy.
Moving the wheels. I spent a lot of time with him there because, I had basically planned to end the show. And, nobody else was calling in. I pretty much was about to end the show. And then Frederick and a couple calls came in, which I appreciate. All the calls have been great. We've been having a good time. I hope you've enjoyed the show. We landed the plane, as we said. Frederick, everybody called. Thank you. And all the support, guys. Thank you. So what shall we do here? I'm going to end the show. What can I say? We're landed. We did the topics. We did the calls. And I'm grateful, guys. I'm grateful. You guys rock. You guys rock. It's been a slice. I love the show. Join us Sunday. We got Joel Friday, who's going to be doing church. He's going to be leading church. Should be nice. Should be cool. He black. What else? Any other announcements? No. Guys, it's been a slice. I had fun doing the show. Hope you enjoyed it. Catch me again Monday for more American Anchorbaby. Follow and subscribe so that way you're up to date with what I'm up to. I might do more flights. Who knows? Kind of a loosey-goosey guy, I wish I was a little bit more consistent. Shout out Mr. Matt. I appreciate the honesty and the love. But, we keep going. Bond Network, we keep going. JLP, American Anchorbaby, Hake Report, and Joel Friday, and all things. Okay, you guys rock. Appreciate you guys. Take care.